Hello, class. Hello, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Find your seats, come on in. We'll await the stragglers before we take attendance. How is everyone? How are you, Pirate, Aurora, Bit Shepherd? Thank you all for being here. I hope your day's been well. We made it through Monday, we made it through Tuesday. Hello, Hungry Door. Welcome, welcome, first time chatter. It's good to see you. I hope your day has been well as well. Feeling hydrated and pumped, Pirate? Good, good. We love to hear it. Hungry Door. Oh, spitballs right in my face right as we start the stream. Aurora, this is why your clip is in Monkey Wrench. Hungry Door linear algebra midterm tomorrow. Yikes. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that anymore. Ew. Speaking of our clip chart, let's go ahead and review where everyone stands. Where are we all? We know where Aurora is. We know that Aurora is getting close to being a bad noodle. Seals Eat Fish is still the only student in Teacher's Pet. Hard on Eggs, Mousy Prince, Punished Bags, Almost Pirate, Bit Shepherd, and Nomaken are all good noodles. And there is Aurora, our Monkey Wrench. And no one has yet made it down to bad noodle territory. Good, good. Although Aurora is certainly on thin ice. Yes, indeed. A bit of a new look for me, Cartoon Therapy. Good to see you. It's good to see you again. That strange mask that I found seemed to have allowed me to turn my fur into skin. But thankfully I can always change back whenever I want, or whenever the class would like. That is a channel point redeem. To change my form, or change the color of my suit, or add an accessory. Yes, yes. Finally found a way to get the current playing music shown so that people can actually see what the title is. Have a little Winamp logo there. Or Winamp viewer. Yes, yes. Currently playing Miami Nights, 1984. Indeed, it is a good upgrade. Bit Shepherd, you found a new Tumblr meme recipe, Greek yogurt and self-rising flour. A legit and impossibly easy flatbread. That doesn't sound like it should work, but then again... Huh. Interesting. I do love Greek yogurt. Class knows that. We will be playing Ace Attorney for the first time. My first time playing any Ace Attorney game, actually. That should be fun. We are still playing our way through Elden Ring. That is our action game of our pairing that I like to have. An action game and a more relaxing one. We have our hypnotherapy stream scheduled for Saturday evening. I hope you will be able to attend. That should be a lot of fun and very interesting. Yes, indeed, Seals. Thank you for stopping in. You are, of course, the only teacher's pet right now. We needed a good way to make sure that I could monitor the behavior of our classroom. And spitballs keep coming from the back of the class. This is why you're in Monkey Wrench, Aurora the princess. Well, thank you for stopping in, Hungry Door. Make sure you get some good studying in. Good luck on your exam. I hope to see you again soon. Good luck with that algebra. And thank you for the gold stars, Sealsy Fish. How is the volume for everything? Going well? Everyone can hear me above the music. The music is not too loud or too quiet. I only know a little bit about Ace Attorney. Hopefully it will teach us a little bit about deductive reasoning and logic. Oh, I do have a couple of my daily jokes. Since we just got through with International Games Week, here's one. What party game do fish like to play? What party game do fish like to play? They play Salmon Says. Salmon Says. And Seals has redeemed an accessory form change color. Would like to see some green. Let's see what we can do. Let me just bring up the settings here. Oh, and also, what was the other joke? Oh, Monopoly is fun, but really outdated. There's free parking, a luxury tax, and rich people can go to jail too. That's actually a little depressing. Let's see if we can get some green here. There we are. Oh, a nice green vest. Nice, nice. Very good. There we go. Thank you for that redeem. Oh, I'll have to fix that real quick. It defaulted back. There we are. All right. Well, class, are we ready for Ace Attorney? Are we ready to get our thinking caps on? Do some deductive reasoning, think logically, solve mysteries? Objection. Yes, yes. Oh, our fun fact for today is that apparently most people fall asleep in 7 minutes, and I just wanted to say there's absolutely no way. There's absolutely no way that can be true. I don't think I've ever fallen asleep that fast. But that's a good primer, because we'll be talking about sleep health in upcoming streams. I hope to do a nice whole month in December of wellness and self-care topics. I've also broached the idea of collabing with another teacher streamer to talk about some of these topics. But our other fun fact for the day is that you are taller in the morning. Throughout the day, whether you are sitting or standing, your cartilage compresses just a little bit throughout the day, meaning that by the end of your day, you're a few millimeters shorter than you were when you woke up. And that's another good primer for future streams, because we'll talk about proper stretching as well. You know that I want to keep you as healthy and well as possible, my class. Ah, yes, indeed, you feel it, Bit Shepherd? Oh yes, seal out. See ya. See ya later. See ya later, seal. See ya, see ya. I think our playlist is repeating. It should not be doing that. Let's see if it goes to the next song. Nope, it's continuing on. Well, I'm going to load up Ace Attorney and we'll get started. And away we go. Capcom. Are we going to be fighting? There we go. Phoenix Wright. Ace Attorney Trilogy. Ouch. Marvel vs. Ace Attorney. Yes, yes. It is quite jaunty, isn't it? It matches well with our regular playlist, does it not? Before we get going, make sure that everyone make sure you have some water with you. Stay hydrated throughout our stream. As always, let me know if this volume is good for you, the game volume. Bit Shepherd once replaced the textures of Phoenix Wright's face with raw pork to disturb a friend. That certainly is disturbing. I don't know what to say about that. Well, let us begin, class. Phoenix wrong. Well. Oh, right, I got the trilogy, so I need to... Well, I guess we'll play the first one. Episode 1, The First Turnabout. The First Roundabout. Play the first turnabout? Yes, why not? Gasp! Gasp! Oh. Ma'am, you've spilled your ketchup. Uh-oh. I see, I see. So it shows me the villain here. Hello, Bags. Welcome, it's good to see you. August 3rd, District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Boy, am I nervous, says Phoenix. This is apparently what Bitch Shepherd did, the Phoenix pork, the Phoenix wrong. Thank you for this image. Thank you for sharing. Always love to see the art from my students. Thank you, thank you. Well, Bags, you already screamed objection, so I'll say that you are tardy. Sorry. Right. Oh, hello, ma'am. Hiya, Chief. Whew, I'm glad I made it on time. Well, I have to say, Phoenix, I'm impressed. Not everyone takes on a murder trial right off the bat like this. It says a lot about you, and your client as well. Sounds like your client is guilty, unless it's someone else. Thanks. Should probably do a different voice for her. Actually, it's because I owe him a favor. A favor? You mean you knew the defendant before this case? That's not appropriate. You're not supposed to have a personal relationship with a defendant. I mean, you're technically allowed in the U.S. system if it's a private attorney. Yes, actually, I kind of owe my current job to him. He's one of the reasons I became an attorney. Well, that's news to me. I want to help him out any way I can. I just really want to help him. I owe him that much. It's over? My life, everything, it's all over. It's so Jover. Is that your client screaming over there? Yeah, it's him. Death, despair, oh! I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna die. It sounds like he wants to die. Well, I mean, that is exactly what his literal words were, so yes, that's what it would sound like. Yeah. Nick! Hey there, Larry. Good old Larry. Dude, I'm so guilty. Tell them I'm guilty. Give me the death sentence. I ain't afraid to die. Okay. What? What's wrong, Larry? Oh, it's all Jover. I'm finished. I can't live in a world without her. I can't. Who took her away from me, Nick? Who did this? Oh, Nick, you gotta tell me. Who took my baby away? Oh, where can my baby be? The Lord took her away from me. She's gone to heaven, so I've got to be good. I'll stop. The person responsible for your girlfriend's death? The newspapers say it was you. My name is Phoenix Wright. Here's the story. Record scratch, freeze frame. You're probably wondering how I got into this situation. My first case is a fairly simple one. Well, it sounds like a murder trial. It doesn't seem like a simple one, but okay. Oh yeah, the lady who spilled her ketchup? A young woman was killed in her apartment. The guy they arrested was the unlucky sap dating her. Larry Butts. My best friend since grade school. Our school had a saying, when something smells, it's usually the butts. Yikes. Imagine going to school with that last name. Couldn't be me. In the 23 years I've known him, it's usually been true. He has a knack for getting himself in trouble. One thing I can say, though, it's usually not his fault. He just has terrible luck. Yeah, it sounds like the whole school said it, Pirate. I don't think the teachers could help themselves if they had a student named Butts. But I know better than anyone that he's a good guy at heart. That, and I owe him one, which is why I took the case, to clear his name. And that's just what I'm going to do. Okay, very good. We're going to do it. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Larry Butts. They probably called him Harry Butts. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The, defense is ready, Your Honor. Ahem. Mr. Wright, this is your first trial, is it not? Yes, Your Honor. I'm, a little nervous. Your conduct during this trial will decide the fate of your client. Murder is a serious charge. For your client's sake, I hope you can control your nerves. I don't think a person's fate should be dependent on a person's nerves. I think that's sort of the judge's job to make sure that that doesn't happen. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, given the circumstances, I think we should have a test to ascertain your readiness. I also don't think that happens. I don't think that's valid. I don't think you can do that. Yes, Your Honor. The test will consist of a few simple questions. Answer them clearly and concisely. Please state the name of the defendant in this case. Well, that would be Larry Butts. I am getting tested now, Pirate. Was not expecting that. The defendant? Well, that's Larry Butts, Your Honor. Correct. Just keep your wits about you and you'll do fine. This is a murder trial. Tell me, what's the victim's name? Oh, I didn't... No way, I didn't read the... I didn't read the file. Was I given a file? Oh, the victim, Cindy Stone, age 22. How did Larry Butts start dating a model? Phoenix, are you absolutely sure you're up to this? Shush. Shush, woman. I'm trying to... You don't even know the victim's name? Oh, the victim. Of course I know the victim's name. Oh, thank you for telling me about the court record. Oh, that's Cindy Stone, not Cinderblock. Now tell me, what was the cause of death? She died because she was hit with a blunt object. She hit the blunt too hard. Correct. You've answered all my questions. I see no reason why we shouldn't proceed. Yeah, sure. Why not, man? Sure, it's a murder trial. A woman is dead and a man's life is at stake. Sure. It's a good enough test. You seem much more relaxed, Mr. Wright. Good for you. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Well then. First, a question for the prosecution, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. As Mr. Wright just told us, the victim was struck with a blunt object. Would you explain to the court just what that object was? The murder weapon was this statue of the Thinker. It was found lying on the floor next to the victim. I see. The court accepts it into evidence. This would have been added to evidence much earlier. Right. Be sure to pay attention to any evidence added during the trial. I think this would have been all in the discovery phase? I don't know. Mr. Payne, the prosecution may call its first witness. The prosecution calls the defendant, Mr. Butts, to the stand. Is he really asking the chief what he does now? Is this his literal first case and it's a murder trial? Wild. You didn't prepare your witness for trial, Mr. Wright? You should have rehearsed this testimony over and over again. Yeah, he looks fine. Just shows up to court in an orange jacket and a cartoon t-shirt. Ahem. Mr. Butts, is it not true that the victim had recently dumped you? Hey, watch it, buddy. We were great together. We were Romeo and Juliet. That's an unfortunate comparison to make. I wouldn't tell my client to say that. Cleopatra and Mark Antony, yeah, they both... ouch. They both died. Unfortunate comparisons for Mr. Butts to make. Oh! At least Phoenix knows the classics and understands that they did in fact all die. I am one ahead on the joke side. I wasn't dumped, she just wasn't taking my phone calls or seeing me, ever. And his eye is twitching, that's bad. What's it to you anyway? Well, it's materially relevant to the case, Mr. Butts. In fact, she had completely abandoned you and was seeing other men. She had just returned from overseas with one of them the day before the murder. What do you mean, one of them? Lies, all of it, lies. I don't believe a word of it. Your Honor, the victim's passport. According to this, she was in Paris until the day before she died. The victim apparently arrived home from Paris on July 30th, the day before the murder. Indeed. She appears to have returned the day before the murder. Thank you for reiterating that, Judge. Dude, no way. The victim was a model, but did not have a large income. It appears that she had several sugar daddies. Ooh, ouch. That's a little judgy, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Yeah, she showed up just on time for her murder pirate. Very punctual. Yes, older men who gave her money and gifts. She took their money and used it to support her lifestyle. We can clearly see what kind of woman this Miss Stone was. Again, judgy. Again, judgy. Neither her nor her friends did anything wrong. Tell me, Mr. Butts, what do you think of her now? Yeah, this is supremely objection territory. You cannot ask the defendant about what they think of the... yeah, I'm going to object. Objection! My client had no idea the victim was seeing other men. That question is irrelevant to this case. Oof, wince. What do you mean irrelevant? That cheating she-dog, I'm gonna die. I'm just gonna drop dead. Yeah, and when I meet her in the afterlife, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Let's continue with the trial, shall we? I believe the accused's motive is clear to everyone. Well, if he didn't know that she was seeing other women, other men, if he didn't know that she was seeing other people, then he didn't have any motive. He didn't know. You're undermining your case, Mr. Prosecutor. Aurora has an objection. But you have missed sometimes. You have missed your spitballs sometimes, Aurora. That is why you are still in Monkey Wrench territory and not all the way down at Bad Noodle. Sorry about my voice. I had to yell quite a bit today in class. Had also some very unruly students in our adapted activity. Some Special Olympics stuff. Yeah, I did have to yell a bit. It was not that they were bad. It was just that it was a big gym and there was lots of space and noise. Yes, yes. Yes. Yes, quite. Oh boy, this is not looking so good. Next question. You went to the victim's apartment on the day of the murder, did you not? Gulp. Well, did you or did you not? Well, maybe I did and maybe I didn't. Oh, you can't do that. You can't equivocate. You have to answer honestly, buddy. You're just gonna give him a signal like that? You think that's gonna work, Phoenix? Yeah, I was there. I went. Order. Well, Mr. Butts. Dude, chill. She wasn't home, man. So, like, I didn't see her. Your Honor, the defendant is lying. Lying? The prosecution would like to call a witness who can prove Mr. Butts is lying. Well, that simplifies matters. Who is your witness? The man who found the victim's body just before making the gruesome discovery. He saw the defendant fleeing the scene of the crime. Order! Order in the court. Mr. Payne, the prosecution may call its witness. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, this is bad, Phoenix. On the day of the murder, my witness was selling newspapers at the victim's building. Please bring Mr. Frank saw it. Mr. Frank saw it. Mr. Frank saw it. He saw it, is what you're saying? Mr. Saw It, you sell newspaper subscriptions, is this correct? Oh, yes, newspapers, yes. Mr. Saw It, you may proceed with your testimony. Please tell the court what you saw on the day of the murder. Witness testimony. Witness account. Oh yes, a face I can trust. I was going door to door selling subscriptions when I saw a man fleeing an apartment. I thought he must be in a hurry because he left the door half open behind him. Oh, Ivy, they transliterated the jokes? Or translated them properly? Good, good. Thinking it strange, I looked inside the apartment. Then I saw her lying there, a woman, not moving, dead! Dead, I tell you. I quailed in fright and found myself unable to go inside. I thought to call the police immediately. However, the phone in her apartment wasn't working. I went to a nearby park and found a public phone. I remember the time exactly. It was 1 p.m. The man who ran was, without a doubt, the defendant, sitting right over there. Larry, why didn't you tell the truth? I can't defend you against a testimony like that. What is a public phone bit? Yes, exactly. Also, you said that he didn't go inside, but he tried to use the victim's phone? Incidentally, why wasn't the phone in the victim's apartment working? Your Honor, at the time of the murder, there was a blackout in the building. Aren't phones supposed to work during a blackout? Good point, Judge. Yes, Your Honor. However, some cordless phones do not function normally. The phone that Mr. Sawit used was one of those. Your Honor, I have a record of the blackout for your perusal. Blackout record added to the court record. Thank you. Now, Mr. Wright. Yes, yes, Your Honor. You may begin your cross-examination. I exposed the lies in the testimony in the witness. Blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Or is your client really guilty? Phoenix. It's like they let a toddler wander into court and defend someone. There's bound to be a tasty contradiction in there somewhere. Find the contradictions between the court record and the witness's testimony. Then, once you've found the contradicting evidence, present it and rub it in the witness's face. I guess I'll just have to do exactly that. Lawyers in their universe just watch a 3-week YouTube course. Okay, okay. Thanks, Mia. Cross-examination. Okay. Electricity to Mrs. Stone's building was out from noon to 6 p.m. on the day of the crime. Hello, Chico. Hello, Chico. Welcome, welcome. It is good to see you again. Welcome back. We have just started my first time ever playing through Ace Attorney. I've never played one of these games before. He must be in a hurry because he left the door half open behind him. Yes, yes. Thinking it strange, I looked inside the apartment. Isn't a man leaving an apartment a common sight? No. Found it odd you would take notice of him. I don't know. He just seemed strange to me, that's all. Like he was mad and yet frightened at the same time. Just like a criminal fleeing the site of the crime. The defense requests that the witness refrain from conjecture. Oh, so Phoenix Wright knows how to do that, but didn't know what cross-examination was. Of course, what the witness means is that the man he saw looked suspicious. So what happened next? I thought he must be in a hurry because he left the door half open behind him. Thinking it strange, I looked inside the apartment. Okay, I think we need to press on that one a little. Hold it there, buddy. What gave you the idea to do that, after all? Well, the door was half open, you see. Isn't it only human to want to peek? So you're a voyeur, huh? Why did Pain cut him off so quickly? So you looked into the apartment. What happened then? Then I saw her lying there, a woman, not moving. Dead. He quailed in fright. This guy's got a weird vocabulary. So you didn't touch anything in the apartment? Yes. I mean, no, nothing. Okay, what happened next? You touched the phone. However, the phone in her apartment wasn't working. Hold it, buddy. Yes, I mean, no. No, it wasn't. Right. But you said you didn't go into the apartment. Or did you? Oh, that. I can explain that. There was a cordless phone on a shelf in the entranceway. I reached inside and tried using that to call. And that phone wasn't working, correct? What happened next? I went to a nearby park and found a public phone. I remember the time exactly. 1 p.m. How do you know the exact time? Yes, absolutely. He seems really confident. 1 p.m.? Right. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Present some evidence to contradict him. Yeah, the cause of the time of death was 4 p.m. What? How? It can't be that easy, right? Objection! Objection! You found the body at 1 p.m. You're sure? Yes, it was 1 p.m. for certain. Frankly, I find that hard to believe. Your statement directly contradicts the autopsy report. The autopsy notes the time of death at some time after 4 p.m. There was no body to find at 1 p.m. How do you explain this 3-hour gap, Mr. Newspaper Salesman? Oh, that. Oh, objection! This is trivial. The witness merely forgot the time. No. No. They were very sure about the time, weren't they? After his testimony, I find that hard to believe. Mr. Sawit, why were you so certain you found the body at 1 p.m.? Gee, that's a really good question. Great job, right? Way to put him on the spot. That's all you have to do. Point out contradictions. Tasty contradictions. Lies always beget more lies. And my life is a lie. See through one and their whole story falls apart. Wait, I remember now. Would you care to give your testimony again? You see, when I found the body, I heard the time. There was a voice saying the time. It was probably coming from the television. Oh, but it was 3 hours off, wasn't it? I guess the victim must have been watching a video of a taped program. That's why I thought it was 1 p.m. I mean, the sun would be very different, wouldn't it? I don't know. This guy seems suspicious. Terribly sorry about that misunderstanding. I see. You heard a voice saying the time on a taped program, and you also weren't wearing a watch, and you also didn't have any phone. He does seem like a lying liar who lies, Rao. Yes, indeed. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Right. You know what to do. I've got this one. Did you or did you not order the code red? You're damn right I did. You see, when I found the body, I heard the time. There just happened to be a tape playing something that said 1 p.m.
Hold it!
You said heard, not saw? Yes, heard. All I saw was the body lying there. I didn't think to look at anything else, least of all my watch. Isn't that a little strange? So you're saying you heard something, but if you were so shocked by the body, you wouldn't hear anything at all. The witness did say he actually heard the time. It's ludicrous to suggest he wouldn't hear anything. Oh, yeah, fine. There was the voice saying the time. It was probably coming from the television. Oh, but it was 3 hours off, wasn't it? The electricity was out. That's right. That's right. That's right, class. The power was out. The TV wouldn't be on. Objection! Hold it right there. The prosecution has said there was a blackout at the time of the discovery. And this record proves it. You couldn't have heard a television or a video. Gah! Irk. The defense has a point. Do you have an explanation for this, Mr. Saw It? No, I find it quite puzzling myself. Quite. I'm gonna nail him to the wall, Rao. But wait, I remember now. Mr. Saw It? The court would prefer to hear an accurate testimony from the very beginning. These constant corrections are harming your credibility. No, this guy probably sells like, what is that, dang it. I can't remember the name of that. Just, that rag that gets sent to everybody's house. Darn it, now I can't remember. That, and you seem rather distraught. My apologies, Your Honor. It must have been the shock of finding the body. Very well, Mr. Saw It. I'm in the middle of a trial here, Aurora. It's very uncouth to be throwing spitballs at me. Let's hear your testimony once more, please. Epoch. The Epoch Times. It just came to me. Yeah, this guy probably sells the Epoch Times. Actually, I didn't hear the time. I saw it. Tell us a joke, teacher. You want me to tell you a joke? What kind of joke? You want me to tell you a funny joke? Because I don't know if I have any funny jokes. Why was the math book so unhappy? Why was the math book so unhappy? Because it was full of problems. I feel bad for parallel lines. You know why I feel bad for parallel lines? Why do I feel bad for parallel lines, class? Because they have so much in common, but they'll never meet. Do you like that one? Thank you for the gold stars, Bitch Shepherd. Yes, yes. Drawing me in a barrister wig, that would be good. Drawing me doing the objection pose. Yes, yes. There was a table clock in the apartment, wasn't there? Yeah, the murder weapon. The killer used it to hit the victim. That must have been what I saw. You saw a clock? I guess that would explain it. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Very gladly. This guy's on the ropes. I got him. Actually, I didn't hear the time. I saw it. He heard-did. There was a table clock in the apartment, wasn't there? Again. Again. The blackout. Objection! Sorry, the blackout. The evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are that evidence and the statement just now related? What? But there was a blackout. How would there be a clock? That... Table clocks are often battery-powered or wind-up. Well, I guess I would have pressed him on what kind of clock he saw, but... Yeah, he did say he stayed out of the apartment. Yeah, the murder weapon. The killer used it to hit the victim. Objection! Objection. That wasn't the murder weapon. Wait just a moment. The murder weapon wasn't a clock. It was this statue. Now, how is this supposed to be a clock? Well, you with your objections and your evidence. Just who do you think you are? Well, I'm a lawyer. Just answer the question, Mr. Saw It. If that is your real name. Hey, I saw it there, okay? That's a clock. Your Honor, if I may. Yes, Mr. Payne. As the witness stated, this statue is indeed a clock. I just should have known it. The neck is a switch. You just tilt it and it says the time out loud. As it doesn't look like a clock, I submitted it as a statue. My apologies. I see. So the murder weapon was a table clock after all. Well, Mr. Wright, it appears that the witness's testimony was correct. This is a clock. Do you have any problems with his testimony now? Yes. Your Honor, there is a gaping hole in the witness's testimony. The only way he could have known the weapon was a clock is to hold it in his hand. Yet the witness testified that he never entered the apartment. Clearly, a contradiction. Indeed. The witness knew it was a clock because he went into the apartment. You're lying. You were inside the apartment on the day of the murder? Oh yeah? Prove it. Prove I was in there. I mean, fingerprints, I guess, would have been taken at some point. I'll do better than that. I can prove you were the one who killed her. Dun 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 dun. You struck her with the clock, and the shock of the blow triggered the clock's voice. That was the sound you heard. Boom! Headshot. Order in the court. Intriguing. Please continue, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, he's wearing gloves. Mr. Saw It, the sound must have left quite an impression on you. Understandable, since the murder weapon spoke just as you hit the victim. That would be quite a shock. That voice was burned into your mind. That's why you were so certain about the time. Objection! What's the meaning of this? Buddy. This is all baseless conjecture. Baseless? Just look at the witness's face. Grah. Would the witness care to elaborate? Did you strike the victim with the clock? That day, I never... Look, the clock, I heard, no, I mean saw. Oh, and he's bald too. He is a liar. Shut up, shut up, shut up, I hate you. It was him, I tell you. I saw him. He killed her and he should burn. Burn! Give him death. Order. Order in the court, I say. Your Honor, a moment, please. There isn't a shred of evidence supporting the defense's claim. Mr. Wright. Your Honor, you claim the sound the witness heard came from the clock. Do you have any evidence? The whole case is riding on this. I'd better think it through carefully. Your Honor, the sound Mr. Sawit heard was definitely this clock. A fact which is clear if you simply try sounding the clock. Let's sound the clock now, here in this court. Your Honor, may I have the clock? I ask the court to listen very carefully. Beep. I think it's 8:25. That's certainly a strange way to announce the time. Well, he is the thinker, after all. So, we've heard the clock. What are your conclusions, Mr. Wright? Mr. Payne, can you tell me what time it is now? It's 11:25. Heck! As you can see, this clock is exactly 3 hours slow. Precisely the discrepancy between Mr. Sawit heard and the actual time of death. So, Mr. Sawit, try to talk your way out of this one. Ha 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 ha! You forgot one thing. While it may seem like that clock is running 3 hours slow, it proves nothing. How do you know it was running 3 hours slow on the day of the murder? If you can't prove that, you don't have a case. He's right. How am I going to prove that? Mr. Wright, it seems you lack the critical evidence to support your claim. Yes, Your Honor. This seems odd. What? Listen up, Wright. Don't throw this one away. Not like this. Think. I don't know what I did wrong. Yeah, nobody can prove that. Well, yes, but that doesn't mean you can't still win. Try thinking out of the box. Don't waste time doubting the facts. Assume the clock was 3 hours slow and think through it. Ask yourself, why was the clock 3 hours slow? Figure out the reason and you'll have your proof. It was because she had just traveled. Yes. You say the clock was running slow on the day of the murder. Have you found evidence to support this claim? Of course. There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can prove my claim beyond a doubt. Ha! Tough words. Let's see you pull this one off. Let's see this evidence that proves why the clock was running slow.
Take that!
Take that! The victim had just returned home from abroad the day of the murder. As we all know, the time difference between here and Paris is 9 hours. When it's 4 p.m. here, it's 1 a.m. the next day there. The clock wasn't 3 hours slow, it was 9 hours fast. The victim hadn't reset her clock since returning home. That's why the time you heard when you struck her dead in the apartment was wrong. Proof enough for you, Mr. Saw It? Or should I say, Mr. Did It? Got him! I hope so. I hope he got him. I don't have much more evidence. Order! Order in this courtroom. Yeah, got him. I should have a little soundboard up. Well, this case has certainly turned out differently than we all expected. Mr. Payne, your witness? He was arrested and has been taken away, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? I have to say I'm impressed. I don't think I've ever seen someone complete a defense so quickly. And find the true culprit at the same time. Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, this is only a formality, but this court finds the defendant, Mr. Larry Butts, not guilty. Yay! And there's confetti in the courtroom. No decorum whatsoever. Free butts. Free butts for everyone. Yes, indeed, pirate. Free butts for everyone. It turns out that Frank Saw It was a common burglar. He posed as a newspaper salesman to check and see when people were out of the house. That day, when Larry went to her apartment, the victim wasn't home. After he left, Mr. Saw It let himself in to do his dirty work. While he was searching her place, the victim returned. Flustered, Mr. Saw It grabbed the nearest blunt object he could find. Yeah, did they not even, check this guy's background? He was a key witness in a murder trial. Whew, I still can't believe we won. Right, good job in there. Congratulations. Thanks, Chief. I owe it all to you. Not at all, not at all. You fought your own battles in there. It's been a while since I've seen a trial end on such a satisfying note. I've never seen the Chief looking this happy. If she's this glad, imagine how Larry must feel. My life is over. Larry, you're supposed to be happy. Oh no, Chief is hot. Aw, Nick. I know your girl is dead, but don't worry about me. I'll be dead and gone soon. Good. Wait, no, I mean bad. Bad, bad, bad. Larry, you're innocent. The case is closed. But my Cindy Windy's gone, man. Gone forever. Yeah, well... she was never yours to begin with. Congratulations, Harry. Harry? Yes, you. I can practically see the headlines now. Harry Butts, innocent. See, she's doing it too. Thanks. I really owe you one. I won't forget this. Let's celebrate. Dinner, movie, my treat. Oh, no, I couldn't. Yep, that's an ashtray. An ashtray in a courthouse. What a throwback, huh? Yeah, you should be buying me dinner, Nick. Here, take this. It's a present. Why... Actually, I made this clock for her. Well, that's odd. She was killed with the clock you made her? What? That's a bit weird, man. Can you believe it? I was so into that chick. And she was just playing me for a fool. She wasn't playing you for a fool. Larry, you are a fool. Don't that just make you want to cry? Larry. Excuse me? I think she thought quite a lot of you in her own way. Something that proves how much she felt about him. Oh yeah, right? I mean, she kept the... I don't understand what I'm supposed to give him. The passport, I guess? Yeah, I guess the statue.
Take that!
Take that, dude. This is the clock you made for her, Larry, and she took it with her when she traveled. Oh, yeah, you timed that well. Thanks, Aurora. Thanks for the spitball. You said take... I said take that just as it hit me. Oh. The life of a teacher. It's a pretty heavy clock to take traveling. Well, make of it what you will. Hey, Nick. I'm glad I asked you to be my lawyer. Really, I am. Thanks. Yeah, buddy. Okay. You did great. I hope you see the importance of evidence now. Yeah, I would hope that the lawyer sees the importance of evidence now. And hopefully you realize things change depending on how you look at them. People, too. We never really know if our clients are guilty or innocent. All we can do is believe in them. And in order to believe in them, you have to believe in yourself. Believe in the me who believes in you. Also, you do sometimes know if your client is guilty because they might tell you. Also, they might be guilty and just, you know, you're trying to do a plea bargain or something. In fact, like 90% of cases in the US are just plea bargained out. Anyway. And sometimes you know your client is guilty, but you still have to defend them. It is your ethical obligation as a lawyer to defend them regardless of their guilt or innocence, because everyone, guilty and innocent, deserves a vigorous defense. Never let go of what you believe in. Never. Yep, that's true, Bit. Yep, and Chico, they should tell you. You should always be honest with your lawyer. But I gotta tell you, don't talk to the cops. And that is what your lawyer will tell you. No matter what else you believe, good or bad, always talk to your lawyer first. It is the police's job to catch you. They assume that you're guilty, so assume that you need to talk to your lawyer. Trust me, I know that. Sometimes you know they're innocent, Bit, and they convince you to take a plea. Yes, sometimes, unfortunately, that is the best option for the person. Sometimes going through a long, lengthy trial would just be too costly for someone. The system is not exactly functioning well. Say, how about dinner on me? Okay. We'll drink a toast to innocent butts. Yes, to innocent butts. To innocent butts everywhere. In praise of innocent butts. Oh, speaking of Harry, it's Larry. You were saying part of why you became a lawyer was because of him. Yeah. Part, at least. You'll have to tell me more about it sometime. Maybe over drinks? Heck yeah. And so my first trial came to a close. Larry slapped me on the back and said, "Gee, Nick, it's good to have friends." But I'm pretty sure he's not going to pay us, unless you count the clock he gave Mia. I didn't know it then, but that clock was soon going to be at the center of another incident, and my promise to tell the chief about me and Larry would be one promise that I wouldn't be able to keep. The end. Does she get killed? Is that... Thank you for the gold stars, pirate. And we got ourselves an achievement. A new episode has been unlocked. We just solved our first case. Heck yes. Class, we did it together. Turnabout sisters. Okay, sure. Bring. Beep. Wait, did someone try to give me an apple? Is the apple not working? Oh, it worked? Oh, cool. My little text command works. I added one. It's a secret just for the class that's here right now. You don't need to redeem anything. No bits or points. Just type throw plane. So that's a secret one. So that's just for insiders. That's just for our alumni, our first semester here. A little inside joke for just for the members of class. Neat. Oh, hello, this is Maya. Hi, Maya, it's me. Mia? Mia, what's up? You haven't called in a while. Can I test the video share? I've not seen it used. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I have not seen it used either. Just added some things. Some text-to-speech, video share. Do I have to... Shouldn't that be in the alert box? Just trying to see how this works. If it doesn't, that's good to know, though, so that I can fix that at some point. Video share. You are helping. Oh, yeah, it should be part of the sound alerts. Throw plane. Nice. Well, this is what...
Detroit. No! No, not Detroit! No! No, please! Anything but that! No!
Speaking of going somewhere in the Midwest, I'll be going to Chicago December 1st. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. I will be at Midwest Fur Fest. That should be a good fun time. No, no, not Detroit. the issue is I have to approve something. Okay. I'm missing some detail here in the case. So, oh, Mia is going to get killed, isn't she? Oh, she's talking to her sister. Okay. Had to take the clockwork out. Sorry, I put some papers inside it instead. Papers? Is that the evidence then? Well, there's a possibility that it might turn out that way, yes. Is she gonna die, class? Hello, Sad Panda. It's good to see you. Thank you for your message earlier. A panda is indeed here. I hear someone. Someone played the dial-up sound. Did everybody hear it? How's the volume on that alert? These sound alerts. Should I increase the volume of that one? Thank you, Thank you, Shiko, by the way. It is a bit quiet, yes. And thank you, Sad Panda, for the gold stars. For those bits. I'm glad you guys are doing that so that I can adjust these. We're both on Team Surprise Murder, Rao? Oh, a recorded conversation, I see.
Let's test this one.
Oh, yeah, those are a bit too quiet. I will have to adjust those in my dashboard. Thank you for the gold star, Sad Panda. Thank you, thank you. Now, Miss Faye, I'll take what's mine. The papers. I'm sorry, but I can't get you what I don't have. Miss Faye, you are a poor liar. Why, I see it right over there. That must be the thinker that swallowed those papers. How could you know? Oh, you are not cogniferous of my background? Cogniferous? Really, man? Cogniferous? Gathering information is my business, you see. I should have been more careful. Oh, my dear Miss Faye, I am so very sorry. It's Virgilio from VA11 Hall A? I'm not familiar. But I am afraid I must ask you for one more thing. Your eternal silence. Farewell, Miss Faye. Oh, she does die. Like, immediately, right away. All right, Shigo, I hope you get some good rest. Oh, and who is this creep? Yeah, I gotta pour one out for a real one, Mia. At least she died to some banging music. That's strange. I guess the chief left without me. She said her sister was coming over, so we should all go out for dinner.
Can I be excused for the rest of my life?
What's that smell? Blood? Mia! Maybe she's in her office. Examine.
Everyone, we have an announcement to make. Stop bullying!
I have several questions.
Yeah, I've got the volume all the way up on those. But for some reason, it's too quiet in the mix here. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that should be reverberating. We don't want that. We don't want that. I smell blood, and that can't be good. Yes, let's go into the office. That smell. Blood. Sob. Sis. Someone's there. Oh no! Chief! Chief! Blood generally bad, yes. Who are you? What happened? The strange girl dropped out cold. I left her lying on the office sofa. I went back to the chief where she lay under the window. Her body was still warm. I could feel it when I held her shoulder. Then, all too quickly, it began to fade. Until finally she was cold. Dang, how long was he there for? Chief. The thinker, it's encrusted with dried blood. How ironic that this became the murder weapon. Yeah, he could have saved her. Why didn't he call an ambulance immediately? Some shards of glass are scattered on the floor.
Can I be excused for the rest of my life?
Let me turn up the sound alerts here. Yeah, do some CPR or something. Was that alert a little bit louder? They seem to be the remains of a glass light stand. The window. There's a large building right across from the office. The Gatewater Hotel, a nice luxurious place. Oh, and her body, obviously. Chief. It's hard seeing her like this, but if there are any clues here, she was struck on the head with a blunt object. She probably died instantly. The thinker lying next to her must have been the murder weapon. Yeah, Shiko. Oh, you would assume he knows at least some basic first aid, or can muddle through it. I've had to take CPR classes a bunch of times. It's pretty simple. There are some glass shards near the chief's body. I totally agree. Everyone should take some basic first aid. You never know when it might save your life or someone else's. A piece of paper. It must have fallen from Nia's hand. What could it be? Oh, you work as a lifeguard. That's cool. A word is just written in blood on this scrap of paper. Maya. Did Nia write this? That piece of paper is a receipt from a department store. Wait, you didn't call the police immediately? Phoenix, what? The Fay and Company ledger book. Yeah, what is my man doing here? You walk in on a body and the first thing you do is hold it until it goes cold, snoop around a while, before you call the police? Surprisingly, the chief was never good with machines. About all she used this PC for was email. She picked up this ancient model at some garage sale for practically nothing. I bet she doesn't even have a password. All the chief's important documents are packed in here. This is where she filed her case records and recent rulings. Ah, here we go. The chief's chair. A simple, functional design. Feels pretty good to sit in, too. Phoenix is just sort of eyeing the desk in the office and commenting on the chief's taste in machines and chairs. Next, he's going to look at her business card. The tasteful, off-white, that lettering. See here. Hold on. Nope, not what I wanted. Thank you for muddling through with me, class. So we can't quite hear the audio on that one. Oh, I can hear it. It's just very, very quiet. I think I know what I'll do to fix this. We'll do that later, though. After class. Won't hold you up anymore. Let's call the police, like we should have done immediately, Phoenix. That's funny. A few of the screws on the receiver are missing. It looks like someone was halfway through taking it apart. Police? Please, come quick. Someone's screaming from outside the window. She's staring right at me. She's holding a phone in her hand. So... Yes, call the police. That girl just now, where did she go? I put her right there on that sofa. Uh-oh. She ran. Oh, there she is. Don't scare me like that. Excuse me, but who are you? It's okay, I work here. Maya. Maya Fay. Maya Fay. That should give you a clue. Maybe I should show her the receipt. I never thought there'd be use for evidence like this outside the courtroom. You don't think very much at all, do you? What happened? Excuse me. Can you tell me what happened? I came in, the room was dark, and Sis. So she was already dead. So you're the chief's sister. I'm her younger sister. And you were here visiting? This late at night? Yes, she said she wanted me to keep some evidence for her. Evidence? Yes, it was that clock. It was the thinker. The reception desk. I usually sit here. You're a receptionist, Phoenix? I thought you were a lawyer. You couldn't cram more legal books in here, even if you wanted to. Few can gaze upon the shelves without feeling insignificant. Yeah, it was the plant. I totally agree, Bags. I think the plant did it. It's gonna come alive. Get you a man who can do both. Lawyer, receptionist. Specialization is for insects, after all. Oh yes, the door. The door to the chief's office. It's slightly open. I'd better not touch the doorknob. Okay, good point. A large painting. I guess you'd call this modern art. I, on the other hand, call it a mistake. Mistakes into miracles. This sofa is for clients. It's leather, a real luxury model. Is that really something you need to be focused on right now, Phoenix? Okay, sure, I'll present this to her. Before Mia died, she wrote a message with her own blood. She wrote it on the back of this receipt. That's my name. Why? Why would she write my name? Please, just calm down. Well, why would Sis write my name? Uh-oh, now I've done it. Wee-oo, 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 wee-oo. The police. Well, yeah, they're coming this way. Alright, I'm Detective Dick Gumshoe. Really? It's Detective Dick Gumshoe. Here to arrest that luxury sofa for murder? Ain't that right, Chico? It's the cops. Cheese it. Cheesy names. We received a report from the building across the way, see? Got a person saying they saw a murder, see? His parents are gumshoers. An ancient and respectable trade. Anyway, I don't want either of you moving 1 inch, okay? Excuse me. Eek! The word Maya here mean anything to you, see? That's my name. What? The victim drew this note here in her own blood, see? Yeah, I see it. I've seen it the whole time. With her dying breath, she wrote down the killer's name, see? Killer? I'm not... Case closed. You're coming down to the precinct, ma'am. Yeah, Bag's incredible detective work here. The German word for revenge. Mia's younger sister Maya was arrested on the spot because apparently that's the level of policing we have. I was taken in for questioning and didn't get out until the next morning. My eyes were heavy, but I couldn't sleep. I sat around waiting for visiting hours to begin at the detention center. Yeah, they're just lucky, I guess, that Japanese cops don't carry guns as much, I suppose. Otherwise, she would have been shot. They have poor Maya locked up like a criminal with the zero evidence they have that this young girl could have bashed her own sister in the head hard enough to kill her. The lawyer. Good morning. Are you going to be my attorney? Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. It's up to you. I better give it to her straight. It's up to you. Up to me? Yes, I don't think this is something I should decide. After all, you're the one in trouble here. They're never going to believe me, are they? Even you, when you found me in the office, you looked at me like I had done it. Did I look at her like that? I didn't. Exactly, Bags. She stuttered. Guilty conscience. Sign of a liar. No, I never thought. It's okay, I understand. And I've also heard about you. Heard what about me? Heard about the one case I had? He gave her the mail case. I was talking to my sister on the phone the other day, and she told me about the one case you ever had. It was quite the scene. Honestly, I was on edge the whole time. She was edging the whole time. I mean, never mind. So he crashed and burned? He's a genius. Yes, Pirate had totally had to bail him out. He almost screwed it all up and got his innocent friend killed, or sentenced to jail, or execution. It's what he was asking for. One of those strike fear into the hearts of evil types. The only thing he's lacking is experience. Like any experience at all, like being in a courtroom whatsoever. Huh, sounds like it was fun. Well, I know who to go to if I ever get into trouble now, and guess what? You're in trouble. Give him 3 more years. That is, unless you want to be found guilty. Look at my lawyer, dog. Ha ha ha. Look at my lawyer, dog. I'm going to jail. If your lawyer's wearing the minion suit, your ass is going to jail. Oh, you saw what I did there, Bit? You saw what I did there? I didn't do anything. This is a say-so stream. I'm a say-so streamer. I don't really know what the word means, but I hear other VTubers say it. I don't really use the Japanese terms. I don't know. People will be like, "Oh, I'm a sensei." I'm not. I'm American. I'm not cool enough to be a sensei. I'm just Mr. Aegis. Bake 'em away, toys. I didn't mean to insult you. No, it's true. You didn't insult me. It's all true. Very good. Yes, that's true, Rao. A good Wiggum callback. When I think of the person who did this to Maya, I know. Why is she still wearing the clothes she was brought in with? Should she be in, like, the jail jumpsuit? Smile for the camera. Why does he get to carry the evidence here? He's carrying the murder weapon and the glass shards. Let's talk about Maya. There's something I've been wanting to ask you. Yes? What's with that outfit? Oh, this? This is what all acolytes wear. It's my uniform, you could say. Acolytes? Like people in religious training? What is it that you do? She's a Miko? spirit medium in training. A spirit medium? The day of the crime. Hello, Shiko. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice lie down. Could you tell me about the day of the murder? Yes. Let's see. That morning, I got a call from my sister. She wanted me to hold on to a piece of evidence for an upcoming trial. Evidence? Yes, that clock shaped like the thinker. How could that have been evidence in a case? Right, she said something about that. I remember. Do you want to hear it in her own voice? Her own voice? Yes, I'm pretty sure our conversation is on my cell phone. You recorded it? Yeah, I forgot how to delete those things. Yeah, let's do that. You recorded evidence? So you say you have a conversation with your sister on your cell phone. Let's hear it. Right. Oh, I just remembered that detective took my cell phone. Sorry. Oh, right, of course. Next time I see Detective Gumshoe, I'll ask him for it. I'll write you a note so you don't forget, okay? Sure, thanks. Okay, let's talk about spirit mediums. So you're an acolyte, medium in training. That's right. The Fae family, especially the women, have always been very sensitive to the spirit world. Wait a second, you said the Fae family? So Mia was into this stuff too? Of course. She left the mountain to follow her career, she said. Her powers were first class too. I had no idea. The Fae, yep. The Fae. The fairies. Wait. What? So you're a real, honest-to-goodness spirit medium? With ESP and all that? Yes, in training. Well, can't you contact me as spirit then? We can just ask her who killed her. I'm sorry. I'm still in training. Yeah, you've mentioned that several times. I was wondering, could I ask you a favor? This is the address of a famous lawyer. My sister gave it to me a long time ago. She said if I was ever in trouble, I should call him. And, well, I'm in trouble. Do you think you could go ask him to represent me? I mean, sure, why not? I have no one else to turn to. Say, what about your parents? I see. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Thank you. The trial's tomorrow at 10. Man, they really do have speedy trials there. What if this guy refuses? They told me if I don't find one, the state will pick an attorney to defend me. They're giving me until 4 this afternoon. Visiting hours are almost up. I'd better hurry. Right. I'll be back. Can you tell me about the day of the murder again? All I've been doing the last few hours is talking about it. Kind of gotten used to it. Yeah, Japan's conviction rate must be pretty high. I mean, it's pretty high here too, but mostly because everything ends in a plea deal. Let's see. That morning I got a call from my sister. Yep, we've been through that. Okay, yeah. About 9. Lights were off. I could smell blood. Then I found her, my sister. Thanks, Maya. That's all I need to hear for now. Okay, cool. Alright, Pirate, we will see you later. Thank you for coming. Your attendance has been marked. You remain in good noodle territory. So we're back at the office, filled with police officers. They're all busily searching for clues. Hey, you there. This is a crime scene, pal. No trespassing, see? Sorry, don't I know you from somewhere? Wait, you're that Butts guy, aren't you? Hey, no. No, Phoenix Wright. That Butts guy, he was a killer. And you're no killer, right? He was proven innocent. Right, and you were Detective Gumtree. Gumshoe, wasn't it? Dick Gumshoe? Anyway, get the name right. And don't go calling me Dick. All right, Dick. Hey, Dick, get over here. Yes, sir. Be right there. Guess your boss is here too, huh? I'm gonna go talk to him instead. You're her lawyer, right, pal? See? If you got business here, you better do it quick. I need that cell phone. About Maya. Sorry, pal, but this is one trial you aren't going to win, see? Why do you say that? The city's put Prosecutor Edgeworth on the prosecution. More edging? Edgeworth. I'm sure you know what that means, you being a lawyer and all, see? Maya, about Miss Fay, did you do an autopsy? Hmm? You want to know the results, eh? Yeah. I mean, if you think I'm the lawyer, that's something I should know. The trial is tomorrow and you haven't given the autopsy results to the defendant's lawyer? What kind of kangaroo court is this? She might have been your boss, but that doesn't mean you get any special treatment, see? What do you mean special treatment? There's no autopsy report given until the day of the trial? Prosecutor Edgeworth. That's right, pal, see? Mr. Miles Edgeworth himself. Mr. Miles Prower. Of course I know him. He's a feared prosecutor. He doesn't feel pain. He doesn't feel remorse. Doesn't need to eat.
Terminator is out there. It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear, and it absolutely will not stop. Ever. Until you are dead.
That's right, class. He won't stop until he gets his guilty verdict. His only weakness, none of that is true. That's actually a very good point. Oh, don't talk about him that way. You make him sound barely human, see? Still, I'm afraid this pretty much decides the case. Of course, there are rumors of back alley deals and forged evidence. Rao, joke, what side job did the T-800 take up during retirement? He was a RoboCop? Did some moonlighting as a police officer? An ex-Terminator. Oh, that's a good one. Just for that, you're starting off in monkey wrench territory. In fact, hold on. One sec, class. Yeah, so For those of you who have not been with us until very recently, I just added our classroom behavior chart. I don't know if you've had these in your school when you were in K through 12. But we decided that we would need one for our classroom. There's Aurora in Monkey Wrench territory. I've added Shiko to Good Noodle, as you see. And there goes Rao into Monkey Wrench. It's where you belong. You're a good noodle. There you go. Mia's favorite potted plant. I remember it had this bizarre name no one could ever remember. Cordyline stricta, pal. Who was that? Oh, more of this modern art? Oh, it's an old movie poster. Apparently, this was the first movie that made Mia cry when she saw it. I'll have to check it out one of these days. I think we might have some newbies who don't know of our class pets bit. That's a good point. We've been on for about 2 hours, so why don't we take a break and go check them out? Make a quick save here. Let me bring up our camera. Do 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 do. Thank you for the gold stars, Ivy, my friend. All right, there we go. So I will go down there, and as always, I will give them a treat. I will give them pets. We will all get to see our classroom pets, Moki and Ori, our pet ferrets. I will be right back. Sweet baby time. Yep. Oh no, we drop frames. Stop motion ferrets time. Let's reload. Well, they haven't destroyed anything between now and last night. They haven't gotten on top of the cage. I would say that means they've been pretty well behaved. I do need to do a bit of a more thorough cleaning, maybe next weekend. But you just throw a new box in there and they're curious and find ways to entertain themselves. If you don't know, the slightly bigger one is Moki, the older brother. The slightly smaller one is Ori. Our little cat snake's our class mascot, our class pet. Just sniffing and snooting around all day. I might have to get someone to come and ferret sit for a day or two when I'm out at the convention. Just to sniffing with their snooters. Sniff schnuff. Good noodles. See, they're good noodles. At least they are right now. When they sneak their way up on the cage, they're bad noodles. All right. I'll let them get back to their 12 hours a day of resting. It is perfect for Ace Attorney time. Yes, yes. Alright, so we've examined. Already. Indeed, it's time to hydrate. Drink some water. Thank you very much, Shiko. Okay, let's present him with the memo. I was wondering, did you see Maya Fey's cell phone? Oh, that? I have that, see? Do you think you could give it back? Sure, I mean, wait a second, pal. Tricky lawyer. Oh, he's on to me. Tell him straight, I'm gonna be honest. I tell him why I want it, there's no way he'll give it to me. Something the matter? Oh, no, it's just, you know, detective. Nope, I know nothing, pal. That cell phone has a lot of numbers on it, like her boyfriend's. A cell phone holds all a little girl's sweetest and spiciest secrets. You're trying to confuse me. Sorry, pal. I already checked all the numbers in memory. Impressive. You're quite the detective. Uh-huh. Oh, here. You can have the phone back. Haha, got him. There weren't any suspicious call records in there after all. Seems he didn't notice the recorded conversation. He didn't think there were any important numbers in the record, like the record of a call log between the person he thinks is the killer and the victim. Brilliant detective work, Dick. Wait. The detective just told the defense lawyer that you cannot talk to the witness in the case. Yeah, don't be talking to any witnesses, pal. What the hell kind of court system is this? You're not allowed to talk to the witness before the trial? This system sucks. Oh, and the lawyer completely forgot about the witness who called in the murder. Yeah, Miss April May. April May. Oh boy. I'm sorry about this, but I can't tell you anything about her. Well, you just told me her name, and I know where she lives. Oh, based in Japanese courts. Prosecutors have a lot of influence. Yeah, we just have plea bargains here. So you've sent her home already then? Aha, you're trying your lawyerly tricks on me now. She's not to go outside her room until the trial. Geez, and now you're sequestering the witnesses without even, like, a court order or something? I guess I should know better than to try to get a detective to leak information. You got that right, pal, see? Yeah. Time to pay a visit to Miss May. Okay, let's hear the recorded conversation. Oh yeah, we saw this earlier. Yeah, you just get in house arrest because you called in the murder? Like, Alright, well, let's go to see the Gatewater Hotel. Well, hello there, handsome. Hello, Miss April May. That doesn't sound like a stripper name, I guess. I'm you know, we're safe for work here, but I have to call it like I see it. Hi. Smooth, right? Real smooth. You're the lawyer, aren't you? The detective told me. He said, don't say nothing to that lawyer, pal. Tee-hee. Gee, this is all like something out of a movie. It's all so exciting, I can hardly contain myself. Are you happy you saw a murder? Is that what's happening here? Oh, well, let me go freshen up so I can look the part of the beautiful eyewitness. Well, I guess while she's gone, we're going to examine. There's a screwdriver stuck in this drawer. I wonder what's inside. Let's take a look. Hey, 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 hey! What are you doing? No touching! Ooh, bad boy! You really shouldn't pry around in other people's rooms now. You wouldn't want to make me upset, would you? She's got 2 glasses there. I am the bad boy. The late summer sunlight streams through the window. There's the Fay & Company law offices building, of course. You can see the inside of the room pretty clearly from here. I think it would be a little difficult to recognize a face from this distance, though. Oh, more of this modern art. Fresh flowers. The flowers are fake, as expected. A bottle and 2 glasses are on the table. Somebody must be staying with her. Speaking of a bad boy. A simple bed. It's been recently made. Nothing eye-catching here. Okay. Yeah, let me just present. Thank you, Shiko. Thank you. Okay, I'm not going to give her any info. Guess we'll talk. Oh no, the witness is hot. Do you think you could tell me something? I need you to describe what you observed at the time of the incident. Ooh, observe. Incident. You sound just like a lawyer in the movies. Yeah, those are the words. I like a man with a big vocabulary.
Señor Mayor, with this tower, I will make Pisa world famous. And you?
Yeah, you can see towers like this in Rome, in Venice, in Florence.
What is...
These ones round.
No, I don't know.
What is happening?
Maybe a red will help you see it from a different slant.
What is playing?
Yes, I got it. We'll build it.
Where's that sound coming from?
Perfecto.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Where did that sound come from? Yeah, it was like, I don't know. I think an ad somewhere started playing. Anyway, I like a man with a big vocabulary. Me too. You know that thing that happened the other day? The bad thing? What did you see when the bad thing happened? I don't suppose you could tell me about it. The bad thing that happened? Let me see. Well, dream on. If you want to know, you'll have to come to court tomorrow, Mr. Lawyer. Literally, you're not allowed... Oh, somebody followed me on Trovo. Oh, yeah, I'm multi-streaming to a couple different platforms. And so, yeah. I guess I gotta follow from another place. Okay, yes. Miss May. Tell me about yourself, Miss May. She probably doesn't mind talking about herself. Ooh, Mr. Lawyer, are you hitting on me? Yes, I am. Teehee, you know, you're cute when you blush. Believe me, this is the first time in my life I've blushed this much. Right. Can you just tell me what it is you do? Well, no, Teehee, and you had your little hopes up, didn't you? I see there are 2 glasses on the table. Is someone staying here with you? Ooh, what amazing powers of observation. Is she mocking me? You must be one of those famous detectives like on television. Yeah, I'm just like one of those famous detectives on television. And I deserved that one, Aurora. 5 spitballs in my face. Say, Mr. Big Detective, why don't you go look for clues in the garbage, Miss May doesn't like nosy little lawyers, She did say look in the garbage. The Ace Attorney world where there is no legal discovery process. Instead, you just blindside the other with new evidence or testimony. I guess we go to the... The broken remains of a glass light stand. It's Phoenix from the top rope with the surprise evidence. Seems like Mr. Grossberg is out. Well, maybe I should just wait here for him to come back. Ahem! If that wasn't the most over-the-top clearing of throat I've ever heard. Aha, so you're the one they say has been looking for me. Yes, that's me. That badge on your collar? Ah, so you're a lawyer, are you now? Yes, well, yes. And what do you want? I'm not particularly busy these days. Please, proceed. Something the matter? You came to see the one and only Marvin Grossberg, did you not? All right, Shigo. We'll see you next time. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for joining us, hanging out, attending class today. Yes, see you next time. Well, here I am, boy. What do you want? Out with it. Well, sir, actually it's about Maya Fey. Ding. Ah, yes, Maya Fey. Go on. Achata. I'm really quite busy here, son. I can't go taking cases on a day's notice. No, it's quite impossible. You just said you were not busy. Everyone just lies to me instantly. Wait a second. How did you know the trial was tomorrow? Irk? Ahem? Anyway, I'm afraid it's entirely impossible for me to represent her. Sorry. End of discussion. He refused me before I even got a chance to ask him. What do I tell Maya? Expensive-looking mahogany bookshelves filled with expensive-looking books. Funny, they don't look like they've ever been read. A table for clients. An elegant ebony case, and if I'm not mistaken, that lighter's made of solid gold. Even I can tell someone here's got money to burn. Another expensive painting. That painting has been bugging me ever since I stepped in here. The oil paint is so thick it's practically giving me a stuffed nose. I'm sure the price is nothing to sneeze at either, for that matter. Ugly carpet, too. An expensive potted plant. No idea what kind of plant it is, but it's probably the most expensive one available. The plot sickens. That painting. That's quite a painting. Aha! You noticed. It's my pride and joy. Impressive, isn't it? Well, isn't it? The color of the sky, the hue of the sea, the weave of the straw hat. It's worth at least 3 million. I have no intention of parting with it, of course. No, I won't sell it, not even to you. Okay. It's not for sale. I'm not buying. How did you know Mia Fey? She worked here a long time ago. Quite the apprentice, that one. Learned my techniques in the blink of an eye. She left one day, quite suddenly. She had a mission, you see. A mission? You could see it in her eyes. She followed it with a burning passion. Never looked back, that one. A mission, you say? How can you just refuse like that? Please, tell me why you won't take the case. Ahem. Well, you see, it's just, I'm busy, you see. But the client is Mia Fey's sister. Ahem. Mia trusted you. She knew her sister would be in good hands. Yes, of course I know that. However, I'm sorry, but I must refuse. Sorry, goodbye. Huh? Did you say something? I think not, I said. I'm terribly, terribly sorry, but I'm afraid that no lawyer worth their salt will take on this particular case. Terribly sorry, my boy. Why? I cannot say. I beg your pardon, but could you leave now? I have nothing more to discuss with you. Okay. I guess I will have to be her lawyer. Yes, about that lawyer, Maya. I really don't think you should use that guy. He didn't seem healthy. He was all skin and bones. What really happened? You don't mean he refused my help? Or refused to help? I see. I've been abandoned then. No. Tell me about your family. I only had my sister. My father died when I was very young, and I don't know where my mother is. Don't know? Okay, let's talk about your mother. The women in my family have been mediums for generations. They say a lot of spiritual power runs in our blood. A lotta? And L-O-T-T-A, a lotta? About 15 years ago, our family was involved in an incident. There was a man, and he ruined our mother's life. A lotta. After that, she disappeared. Several years after that, my sister announced she would become a lawyer, and she left the mountain. So you live by yourself? Yes, I've gotten used to it. Oh, also, I had to become independent or I would lose my powers. Okay, let's talk about your mother's enemy. So who was this man who ruined your mother? About 15 years ago, there was an unusual murder case. It made quite a stir. Everyone was talking about it, apparently. The police were running out of leads, and they were getting desperate. Wait, they didn't use a spirit medium, did they? The police convinced my mother to try to contact the victim. Wow, so what happened? The case was solved. We thought... You thought? The man my mother helped to the police capture was innocent. The police's consultation with the medium had all been carried out in secret, of course. But a man found out about it and leaked it to the press. He told all the papers that my mother was a fraud, and the media jumped on it big time. She, my mother, became the laughingstock of the nation. I see. White? Excuse me? White? That was his name. My sister told me. White. Just a little longer now before the state-appointed lawyer comes, I guess. What should I do? Do I just leave her and go home? No, of course we defend Maya. Of course we defend Maya, class. We drink a little water. Yeah, it's got quite a beat. I'm going to defend you whether you want me to or not. Why? I can't abandon you. No one is as sad as a person without any friends. Why did I become a lawyer in the first place? Because someone has to look out for people who have no one on their side. Enma DeRay. Welcome, welcome. It is good to see you. I will also give you a little shout out here. Bonked. Welcome to class. It is good to see you, my friend. We are in the middle of Ace Attorney, the first time I have played any Ace Attorney game. It looks like our boss has been murdered, and her sister has been framed. Now we must defend her. Well, let's fight this one and get you out of here. Right, thank you. Yes, indeed, it is my first time. I've never played one of these games before. Whew, she smiled at last. She looks like an entirely different person. One last question. You are innocent, right? Yes, and I trust you. So you trust me too, okay? It's a deal. So what next? There's something that's been bugging me. Just what was inside that strange woman's drawer? It was when I tried to look into the drawer that she got all defensive. There has to be something in there. Okay, so we've done all of these. Let's go back to the Gatewater. Bellboy, good afternoon, sir. Excuse me, you are... I beg your pardon, sir. I am the bellboy of this establishment, at your service, sir. Oh, right. I've just come up to deliver room service, sir. Do you know where Miss May might be? I believe our guest, Miss May, is currently using the, facilities. If you've no need of anything, I'll be taking my leave. Please, stay as long as you like. Yes, just stay in this person's room that you are not supposed to be in. Yes, yes. Enjoy. Oh, the bellboy thinks I'm here with the lady. Almost forgot. Might I ask you to inform Miss May that there is a message for her? Please tell her that Mr. White of Blue Corp phoned. Oh, right, sure. Mr. White of Blue Corp. Where have I heard that name? That I just heard 5 seconds ago. White was the name of the guy who ruined Mia and Maya's mother. Could it be a coincidence? Well, we're obviously going to examine. There's a screwdriver sticking out of that half-open drawer. Now's my chance to see what's inside. What do we have here? A wiretap? What would a woman like her be doing with a thing like this? There is definitely something suspicious about this Miss May. Why would she have something like this in her hotel room? There's a story behind all this, I know it. Yes, indeed, Ivy, it is very sus. Alright, I'll be using this bit of evidence in tomorrow's trial, that's for sure. For Maya's sake. I'll get to this woman's bottom. You know what I mean. Oh, bellboy, still there? Uh-oh, time to scram. I look forward to tangoing with you tomorrow, Miss May. In court. Or on the dance floor. To be continued. Okay, well, let's continue. Yes, yes, let's save. Yeah, we're literally going to dance. We're going to have a dance-off. That's how they determine who is guilty and who is innocent. We do ourselves a little dance. Hello, Mr. Edgeworth. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Mayonnaise. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, please give the court your opening statement. Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant, Miss Maya Fey, was at the scene of the crime. The prosecution has evidence that she committed this murder, and we have a witness who saw her do it. The prosecution sees no reason to doubt the facts of this case, Your Honor. Oh, yes, a single witness who just happened to see the murder as it happened. Yes, yes. I see. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's begin then. If we may call our first witness, Your Honor. The prosecution calls the chief officer at the scene, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Witness, please state your name and profession to the court. Sir, my name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. Yeah, see? I'm the detective in charge of homicides down at the precinct, sir. Yeah, see? Detective Dick Gumshoe, please describe for us the details of this murder. Very well, see? Let me use this floor map of the office to explain. Cool. The body was found by the window here. And the cause of death? Loss of blood due to being struck by a blunt object, sir. Well, it actually said that death was instant. You don't die instantly from blood loss. The murder weapon was a statue, the Thinker, found next to the body, sir. It was heavy enough to be a deadly weapon, even in a girl's hand, sir. The court accepts the statue as evidence, except that I was the one who was holding the statue. The chain of evidence here is wild. They're still calling it a statue. It's a clock. Now, Detective. Yes, sir. You immediately arrested Miss Maya Fey, who was found at the scene, correct? Can you tell me why? Yes, sir. I had a hard evidence she did it, sir. Detective Gumshoe, please testify to the court about this hard evidence. Okay. Hard evidence. As soon as the phone call came in, I rushed to the scene. There were two people there already. The defendant, Miss Maya Fey, and the lawyer, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I immediately arrested Miss Maya Fey. Why? We had a witness account describing her. The witness saw Miss Maya Fey at the very moment of the murder. The very moment, you say. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may begin your cross-examination. Oh yes, someone from a hotel across the street just happened to be looking at exactly the window across from her at the very instant that someone murdered another person. Yes, yes. Yes, Your Honor. Maya just threw something at me. When my sister couldn't find any contradictions in a witness's testimony, she would bluff it and press the witness on every detail. It all checks out to me, Ivy, yes. Alright, let's give this a try. I'd like to begin my cross-examination. As soon as the phone call came in, I rushed to the scene. Okay, that sounds normal. As soon as the phone call came in, I rushed to the scene. There were two people there already. The defendant, Miss Maya Fey, and the lawyer, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yeah, okay, so yeah. I'm putting some things together here. So the autopsy report does say blunt force trauma, death was instantaneous. But it's already been said that she apparently bled to death. And also, this receipt is apparently written in blood on the back. She would not have been able to write anything in blood if she had died instantaneously.
Hold it!
Who did you say you got a call from? Hey pal, don't play dumb. You know who. The call was from a customer at the Gatewater Hotel right across from the crime scene. Yeah, why didn't you arrest me? Are you absolutely sure it was us? Listen, pal, your dumb act will only get you so far. With her funky hippie clothes and your spiky hair, you two stand out like suspicious people at a crime scene. Why? We had a witness account describing her. Are you sure it was me? Describing her? Describing her from across the room? Hold on just one second. If I heard correctly, you said you arrested her because you had hard evidence she did it, correct? Huh? Did I say that? Me? I heard you say it. You did say it. You said it. Exactly what about this suspicious woman in Pink's claim was hard evidence? What? Miss May isn't suspicious, and she sure isn't Pink, pal. Oh, well, I guess she is Pink. That's enough, Detective Gumshoe. Do you have any more solid proof other than her claims, Detective? I guess pressing can have its advantages. Yes. Sorry, I got the order of things mixed up in my mind, testimony, sir. There was something I should have told you about first, Your Honor. Very well, Detective. Let's hear your testimony again. Okay. After securing the suspect, I examined the scene of the crime with my own eyes. I found a memo written on a piece of paper next to the victim's body. On it, the word Maya was written clearly in blood. Lab test results showed that the blood was the victim's. Also, there was blood found on the victim's finger. Before she died, the victim wrote the killer's name. Oh, really? How you like that? That's my hard evidence. Well, I'm gonna shove your hard evidence where the sun don't shine, buddy. Why didn't you testify about this vital piece of evidence the first time? I know, I'm a real embarrassed I forgot about it, Your Honor, sir. Try to be more careful. He should stick to picking gum off shoes. Good, yes. He should also not be a detective if he cannot remember such important things. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Objection! Detective Gumshoe, there's one thing I want you to clarify for me here. You say that the victim, Mia Fey, wrote this note, that she was accusing the defendant, Maya Fey. That's really what you're saying? What? This isn't one of those lawyer tricks now, is it? Of course she wrote it. Who else could have? You have it backwards, Detective. Backwards? The victim is the only person who absolutely could not have written it. This is a report from your department, Detective. Immediate death due to a blow from a blunt object. She died immediately. But... no butting your way out of this one, Detective. Order, order. The defense has a point. Someone who died immediately wouldn't have had the time to write anything down. Objection, Mr. Wright. I beg your pardon, but when exactly did you obtain that autopsy report? When? The day after the murder. The prosecution's point being? That autopsy report is outdated, Your Honor. A second autopsy was performed yesterday at my request. Death was almost immediate due to a blow from a blunt object, but there is a possibility the victim lived for several minutes after the blow. Okay, so, a second autopsy report that the defense did not see until the day of the trial. Okay. I see. Why, Mr. Wright, you look shocked. Something you want to say? No, I don't want to say anything. The detective's a sham. How could you give me a faulty report? Huh? I thought... Detective Gumshoe? I'm disappointed in you, handing him the wrong report like that. I'm sorry, sir. You are at fault, detective. This isn't going to look good on your evaluation next month. What? But... Your Honor, I submit this report to the court. Understood. The court accepts the evidence. Well, Your Honor, the evidence strongly suggests the victim was identifying the killer. I suppose that's the obvious conclusion, yes? Darn, this isn't good. The prosecution would like to call its next witness. This poor innocent girl saw the murder with her own eyes. Let the witness, Miss April May, take the stand. Yeah, she doesn't look innocent at all. And I think I screwed up with the detective. Witness, your name, please. April May, at your service. Wink? Yeah, totally innocent. Order. An introduction should not require any reaction from the crowd. The witness will refrain from wanton winking. Ah, yes, Your Honor. Tell us, where were you on the night of September 5th when the murder occurred? Gee, I was in my hotel room. I checked in right after lunch. And this hotel is directly across from the Fay & Company law offices. That's right, big boy. Please testify to the court about what you saw. Damn, yeah, I should have said that Edgeworth was the sham. It was like 9 at night. I looked out the window, you know, and then I saw a woman with long hair being attacked. The one attacking her was the mousy girl sitting in the defendant's chair. Then the woman, dodged to one side and ran away. But that girl, she caught up to her and she hit her. Then the woman with the long hair, she kinda slumped. The end. That's all I saw. Every little bitsy witsy. Well, Your Honor, I see. It is a remarkably solid testimony. It really isn't. I don't see a need to trouble the witness any... Wait, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Wright? What about my cross-examination? I thought the witness's testimony just now was quite firm, didn't you? Mr. Wright, I understand you were Miss Mayfay's understudy, were you not? You must know her techniques well. Her cowardly way of finding tiny faults in perfectly good testimonies. How dare you? Well, Mr. Wright, will you cross-examine the witness? Yes, I'm doing it. I'll gladly proceed with the cross-examination. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. It's like 9 at night. I looked out the window, you know. That's pretty dark. It's pretty dark at night. She likes nya. Yeah, so she could see in here. I gotta press on that. It's 9 at night. Why did you do that? Huh? Why? Why what? Why did you look out the window? Were you expecting to see something? Oh, well, gee. I sort of, you know... She just bounces her chest up and down. I had a feeling. Well, I have a feeling she's trying to avoid the question. Maybe I should press a little harder on this one. What should I do, class? Should I go for it? I don't know if there's anything to gain from this. Because... I guess I'll go for it. Press harder on her for firm resolution. Rao, this is why you're in Monkey Wrench. Surely you must have had a reason to look out your window at that time of night. Mr. Wright, I will not have you badgering my witness. Badgering? You insist on meeting her with these trivial questions. I really don't think it should be allowed. Order. Mr. Wright, you have been warned. Poor girl. What about poor me? You looked out the window. What did you see next? I saw a woman with long hair being attacked. The one attacking her was the mousy girl sitting in the defendant's chair. Then the woman dodged to one side and ran away. Okay, I'm not sure. The woman with long hair, that was Mia Fey? Mm-hmm. Slender, sort of, well, some people might say pretty if that's your thing. Okay, lady. And the person attacking her? The mousy girl sitting in the defendant's chair. Then the woman, dodged to one side and ran away. She dodged? Dodged what? Well, the attack. Caught up to her. Caught up to her in this tiny little room? I don't understand. Caught up after the dodge, I guess, yeah. How did you see all this when it was that dark, though? Is also what I'm saying. Huh. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. I don't... what? I guess I'll press on that. How did you know it was my client? Well, first of all, she had a girl's physique, and secondly, she was small. Who else could do it but her? I question your testimony. Hold on a minute. That testimony stinks. What? Miss May, I'm willing to bet that you saw nothing. Did you really see the defendant at all? Mr. Wright, what's the meaning of this? Yes, what's the meaning? Somebody tell me, because I'm clueless. About this, I mean. Okay, if you had really witnessed my client, Maya Fey, you would have noticed her clothes before noticing her physique. No one wears clothes like this on a daily basis. Except her. And I'm no expert on fashion, but her hairdo looks far from normal to me. However, the witness's testimony mentions neither of these things. The testimony is bogus. But... Still, we don't know if she was dressed that way the night of the murder. Yes, we do. She was, Your Honor. I saw her. And so did Detective Dick Gumshoe. What do you say to that, Miss May? Rawr! What are you trying to say, you mean lawyer? I saw what I saw. I just didn't think all the trifling little details were necessary, darling. Miss May, the court would like to remind you to please omit nothing in your testimony. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'll be a good girl. I promise, wink. Your testimony again, if you would. How do I press her on the fact that it was extremely dark, it was 9 o'clock, and the light was broken, so there's no way that anyone could have seen anything in that office? How do I do that? The victim. Yeah, I tried to present the broken glass, but maybe I just didn't do it at the right time. The victim, the woman, dodged the first attack and ran off to the right. Then the girl in the hippie clothes ran after her. Then she hit her with that weapon. I saw it. I did. That clock, that kind of statue-y clock, the thinker, I think. Well, does the accuracy of my report not startle you? Tee-hee. I see. I only wish you had been so detailed from the beginning. Please begin the cross-examination. Hello, Seals. Hello, welcome. It is good to see you. Hello, hello. How are you doing? How was the teacher's pet today? I did see everything. I did. The victim, the woman, dodged the first attack and ran off to the right. You're doing great. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, so she dodged to the right. And she hit her. Okay. I saw everything. I saw everything. This is the testimony in her own words. Okay, okay. Present the thinker. Since she omitted it the first time. Yeah, she didn't give any information about that. Okay. Take a look at this. Objection! Miss May, what you said just now was quite revealing. Revealing? Ooh, you'd like that, wouldn't you, naughty Mr. Lawyer? I don't like this woman. I do not like this woman. You just said that the statue of the thinker was a clock. But there's no way of knowing that just by looking at it. Another person in much the same position as you recently called this a clock too. And he was found guilty of murder. Order, order. Miss May, can you explain how you know this was a clock? Ooh, The witness saw the murder with her own eyes. That's all that's important here. The defense is trying to confuse the issue with trivial concerns. Yes, of course. You will withdraw your question, Mr. Wright. Objection! But questions are all I have, Your Honor. And as you may recall, I've caught murderers with these questions before. Well, only once. Objection sustained. You may continue to question the witness. So what happens now? What happens now is you answer my question. Pink Lady, how did you know it was a clock? What? That's because I heard it? Yes, I heard it say the time. So you've been to the law offices of Fay and Company. No. Hey, I didn't say that. Why would I go there? I heard it from my hotel room. Hey. The law offices of Fay and Company, where the murder took place, is very close to the hotel. She could have easily heard the clock. Well, Mr. Wright, are you satisfied? She could have heard a clock say the time from across the street. Yeah, Bags, what? She heard a clock from across the street. And through both windows. She feels peace beneath 30 mattresses as well. It couldn't have rung. Oh yeah, because there's nothing in it. Your Honor, members of the court, it is inconceivable that the clock in question rang. It's empty. That clock is missing its clockwork. How could you possibly? Just take a look right now. Oh! See anything interesting, Your Honor? It is as the defense says. This clock is missing its clockwork. It's quite empty. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain to the court the meaning of this? It is as you can see. The clock was empty. It couldn't have rung. Therefore, this witness is a big fat liar. Fat? Well, Miss May? Tisk tisk. Quite a show you've put on for us, Mr. Wright. He knew the clock was empty. I'm afraid you've forgotten one thing, however. Indeed, the clock is empty. As you say, it can't ring. However, we must ask, when was the clockwork removed? If it was after the witness heard the clock, then there is no contradiction. That's true. That's a possibility. The clock might have been emptied after she heard it. And that is exactly what happened, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, can you prove when the clockwork was removed? Oh, impossible, of course. I have proof! What? Yeah, this judge is constantly in shock because he has no idea what's going on. Wasn't it you who told me proof is everything? Well, I was listening. And now I'll show you the proof you like so much. The evidence that proves the clockwork was removed is... Yes.
Take that!
Take that. Take a look at this. That's a very cute cell phone. I'm glad you think so, Judge. Ooh, you have a girly phone. Wait. Oh, you've never played this one, Seals? I have never played this or any other Ace Attorney game before either. We're all along for the ride. Wait, this isn't my phone. Listen. This is the defendant's cell phone. And it contains a recording. A recording of a conversation she had with the victim on the day of the murder. Order, order! The defendant's cell phone. This wasn't brought to my attention. Perhaps Detective Gumshoe overlooked it. Yes, we know the good detective's up for evaluation. You already threw him under the bus in court. I'm not feeling bad for that big idiot. Let's hear the conversation. Beep. So you just want me to hold on to the thinker for you then? If you could. Ah, I should probably tell you, the clock isn't tick-tocking it right now. Huh? It's not working? I had to take the clockwork out, sorry. Your Honor, I think this makes it clear the clockwork was already gone by the time this was recorded. Yeah, what an oddly specific recording. Which was well before the witness even arrived at her hotel. Well, Miss May, would you care to explain this to the court? Just how did you know that weapon was a clock? Well, isn't it obvious? I saw that clock before. What store was that again? I go to so many. Oops, I forgot. So the witness had seen it before. That would make sense. Yes. That clock is not in any stores. It was made by my idiot friend, Harry Butts. This directly contradicts a piece of evidence already submitted to this court. Yeah, he just made it. How? Yeah. It's simple. This clock was never in any store, ever. What? A friend of mine made that clock. Only 2 exist in the world, and the one that isn't here is in police custody. Impossible. Everything is sold in stores. Miss May, I think it's high time you went shopping for a better excuse. Ha ha! Got him! Air horn! They arrested and shot a clock. Oh, excuse is not on sale today? Ooh, burning. She's losing it. Wow, what's wrong with her? What's it to you, porcupine head? That stupid clock doesn't matter, okay? She did it, and she should die for it. Die! Whoa, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is a court of law, and the witness will remain calm. Oh? Oh, ho, 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 ho. Silly me. Did I, like, lose it? I guess I did. Miss May, let me ask. Tell me, how did you know the weapon was a clock? Oh dear. Does the defense have an opinion on this behavior? Yes, Your Honor. Allow me to explain how I see the truth of the matter. Miss April May, you knew the weapon was a clock because... which one of these? I don't know. Yeah, if it doesn't work, you wouldn't know it was a clock if you'd... Yeah, you had to have heard about it. The witness had never held the clock in her hand. However, she had heard that it was a clock. She heard? That is correct, Your Honor. There is no other way she could have known the thinker was a clock. And I can show you the proof. Well, this is interesting. Let's see it then. Show me evidence proving that the witness had heard the murder weapon was a clock. Wiretap. Have a look at this. That? I found this in Miss May's room. The judge has seen none of this evidence. And now the defense lawyer is just presenting evidence that he found in the witness's room. Mr. Wright, please explain to the court what this is. Miss April May, you were tapping the victim. You were tapping the victim? Miss Mia Fey's phone, were you not? Yeah, how did this judge get his job? This system is corrupt. Your Honor, this is irrelevant. I'm not entirely sure that it is. Objection overruled. I'm conveniently producing this evidence. Yes, that's right, Ivy. It troubles me that our witness was in possession of a wiretap. This is outrageous. Does the defense truly claim that the witness was tapping her phone? Absolutely. Even if that was the case, which it's not, you still have to prove one thing. Did the victim ever say that the weapon was a clock on the phone? Can you prove that? I think not. Oh yeah? I think I can. It's simple. What? Here's my proof. The proof that the victim said on the phone that the weapon was a clock is... Well, it's the other recording, isn't it? Yeah. I mean... Yeah, right? I present the defendant's cell phone. Yes, we've seen that. Listen once more to the conversation between the defendant and the victim. It's a clock. It's literally a clock. This should already be in evidence. Miss April May, you used a wiretap to listen to this conversation. That's how you knew the thinker was a clock. Am I wrong? I... Your Honor, this is ridiculous. Your Honor, look at the witness's face. Does she seem amused to you? The defense demands an answer. Witness, answer the question. Did you tap her phone? Miss May. Shut up, all of you. What gives you the right to talk to me like that? You lawyer? I don't think the judge is going to be too pleased with that. It's no fair, all of you ganging up on me like that. Oh, so I'm the bad girl, is that it? Is that it? Shut up, idiot. Final blow, is he gonna murder her? Why did you tap her phone? Answer the question. Do I have to? Isn't this a murder trial? Isn't tippity-tapping her relevant? You were tapping the victim's phone. I hardly call that irrelevant. Yeah, give her a fatality. She's the one who needs to be in jail. Do you have an explanation for the court? Can you prove you had nothing to do with this murder, even though you tapped her phone? Mr. Lawyer, I saw that evil grin. You were probably thinking, I'd like to see her pull that off, huh? Well, you're not the first man who's thought that you can pull that off. Yeah, I really don't like this woman. I really don't like this woman at all. I assure you I'm serious, Mr. Lawyer. Okay, so the killing happened around 9 at night. Why, that's just when I was getting room service from that sweet bellboy. Oh, you were getting service from the bellboy, huh? Iced coffee, I believe it was. You know, like normal coffee, but cold. Yeah, we know that's... we know that. Ask the bellboy. Ergo, the witness was not on the scene at the time of the murder. So where does that leave us? It is my great displeasure to inform you that the witness appears to have been tapping the victim's telephone. However, that is a separate crime with no bearing on the current case whatsoever. What? It has no bearing on the case whatsoever that your only witness and your sole evidence is a witness who is tapping the victim's cell phone. Wow. Her testimony stands. She saw the defendant, Mayafei, commit murder. I don't know what to say about it. Call the bellboy. This is a very silly world.
Objection!
I object to calling the bellboy. Why? What's your reason? Because I hold that the wiretapping had nothing to do with the killing. However, if you agree to one condition, I'll consent to calling this witness. Yeah, and they just have the bellboy waiting in the wings. If Miss May's alibi is not called into question after you examine the bellboy, then you will recognize that Miss April May was not the killer, thus she is innocent, and thereby you must also accept the verdict of guilty for Miss Maya Fey. That is my condition. Okay. This is an absolutely insane world. I didn't fall into your trap. I didn't have any options. Very well, the court calls the hotel's bellboy to the stand. He's just off-screen waiting. I believe we're ready for the witness to testify. He certainly does look like a bellboy. He's in the docks holding the tea and cookies. It just... I don't... What in the world is this? His name is Bellboy. They don't give him a name. They don't give him... He's just Bellboy. He's just Bellboy. I received your summons in the middle of work, sir. I'm happy to be of service. That tea set looks rather heavy, so without further ado, the witness may begin his testimony. But don't put it down or anything. Okay. I am the head bellboy at the fine Gatewater Hotel, in business for 4 generations. I believe I received a call after 8 in the evening from our guest, Miss May. She asked for an iced coffee to be brought to her at 9 on the dot, sir. She asked for it specifically exactly at 9. For no specific reason. His parents looked at him and said, let's name him Bellboy. And he was cursed from that day forward. I brought it to her at precisely the requested time, of course, exactly at 9 o'clock, when she knew that there would be a murder. And I delivered the iced coffee to our guest, Miss May herself. I see. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I think everyone is, Bags. Okay, he is the bellboy, I believe that. He received a call at 8. I mean, yes, he did. She asked for an iced coffee to be brought to her at 9 on the dot. Yeah, he's just had this prepared. Brought it to her precisely at the requested time, of course. She asked for an iced coffee to be brought to her at 9 on the dot. So, like, some of the evidence that I picked up is basically not useful. Like, I picked up the glass shards. Precisely 9, then. She asked for it to be brought on the hotel, not on the dot, Bags. Precisely, exactly, and most definitely, sir, 9 p.m. How can you be so sure? Miss May was quite insistent that it be brought then. Oh, bellboy, tee-hee, I'd like iced coffee at exactly 9. Something like that, sir. Therefore, I knocked on her door at the crack of 9, sir. Why would she be so particular about the time? Delivered our coffee to our guest, Miss May herself. You are sure it was Miss April May herself? Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Yes, sir. As in, so very absolutely, sir. It's an endearing mannerism of mine. Your mannerisms are not endearing to me, sir. I don't like you. And I don't like Miss April May. Well, when I brought the room, sir, the guest, sir, favored me with, an embarrasser, sir. Embarrasser? French for embrace? It's French for kiss, sir, but not a French kiss, sir. More of a peck on the cheek. Oh, why would she have done that? I believe perhaps she was momentarily swayed by my prim demeanor, sir. It was a moment I shall never ever forget, sir. Are you what? Sounds pretty fishy to me. I think our Miss May was up to something and wanted the bellboy to remember her. There's nothing there. Is that it? Tisk tisk, finally you understand. This bellboy has absolutely no reason to lie. Now, if you have any decency, you will end this rather tedious cross-examination here. It was a bit tedious. The witness may leave the stand. Bang on the table. She has not yet. She managed to squirm away, inconceivably, and now I'm questioning the bellboy. Rao? Yes? Does the defense have something to add? And she is kind of a Flufflepuff. She is that humanized Flufflepuff, is she not? I'm gonna slip the bellboy at 20. Yeah, seals. One last question. Let me ask one last question. Your Honor, I must object. This charade of justice has gone on long enough. Now, Mr. Edgeworth. All right, Mr. Wright. I'll give you one more question, that's all. Check-in. Tell me about check-in. Tell me about when you checked in, Miss May. Oh, all right. Very well, sir. My first thought was she was a beautiful, beautiful person. She's just my type of girl, so it was a disappointment, really. Excuse me. What exactly was a disappointment? Well, I am not without charm, sir, but even I'd have a little chance with her lover there. Her lover? What did you say? Rather, quite. Bellboy, tell us the truth now. Did Miss May check in with another person? I object. That was objectionable. Objection overruled. The witness will answer the question. Yes, I see. Why did you not mention this in your testimony? Objectionable. Well, sir, you didn't ask. Nice try. That's the sort of thing you're normally supposed to mention. Yes, quite. Indeed. It was the good barrister there, Mr. Edgeworth, who... He asked me not to mention it if I wasn't specifically asked, sir. Oof! Oof! You fool! Of course. I've done it. I've won. Well, not really. This corrupt lawyer. Miss April May checked into a twin room with a man, correct? Yes, sir. Then, when you brought the room service, you didn't see that man in the room. That's right, sir. Your Honor, we have just learned of another person involved who may have been the murderer. In light of this new fact, I hold that it's impossible to judge the defendant. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? And who, Mr. Wright? Who is this other person? Simple, it was... It was obviously the man with Miss May. The man who checked in with Miss May. Why would I even say the other two? Your Honor, as has been previously revealed, Miss April May was tapping the victim's phone. Yet Miss May herself has an alibi at the time of the murder. However, that does not clear the man that was with her. The bellboy saw no one else in the room at the time of the murder. My, what a convenient little setup, but it's too late. Too late? I suppose you'd like it if that was too late, wouldn't you? After all, it was you who hid the presence of the other man from this court. Oof, he is taking damage. He's taking critical hits. Upstart amateur. These accusations are ludicrous. Enough. The court acknowledges the defense's argument. I expect the prosecution and defense to look into this matter thoroughly. Fully. Thoroughly would be better, but fully too, yes. Yes, am I understood? Yes, Your Honor. He's weak to stupid evidence damage. Indeed he is, Seals. That is all today for the trial of Maya Fey. Court is adjourned. Mr. Wright, you were amazing in there. No, I really wasn't. I was very much just lucky. I think I might be your newest fan. You might be my only fan. That other attorney was pretty cool, too. Yeah, if you like lying frauds. He was so cool trying to send me to jail and lying and hiding evidence that would have cleared me. The man with Miss May, he's the key. Oh, I get it. What happened to Miss May after all that anyway? I heard they arrested her. I guess she's learning her charms won't work everywhere. Yeah, she was, at minimum, illegally wiretapping a person who ended up murdered. So, yeah, she should go to jail. Good. I mean, I don't want people to end up in the hell prisons that Japan and the US have, but you know what? She did what she did. Rawr. Anyway, this case is far from closed. Yes, sir. I'm going to find out more about this man. Do you think he was the one who... Maybe so. Pigs, I'm sure prison is fun in this universe. It's probably a wild place for sure. Don't worry, I'll find him by tomorrow, I promise. I'm counting on you. Yes, yes, I know you are. Your life is in my hands. I asked for a full record of April May's testimony. I thought it might come in handy during the trial tomorrow. But now that I have it, I'm not so sure. Most of her testimony was all lies. Phoenix Wright Prison is just a Persona level row? Well, actually... I have never played any Persona games either, so I really wouldn't know. In fact, there's only one part that hasn't been stricken from the record. I don't know how much good this will do me at all now. Anyway, time to hit the pavement and do some investigating. Maya doesn't belong in that detention center, and it's up to me to set her free. Yes, let us save our progress. Ah, well, hello. I didn't expect anyone to visit me in such a dank place as this. It's really quite moving. Not, you stinking lawyer. I hope you die. Have you come to laugh? Yes, laugh at the fallen Miss May. Yeah, I've actually come to laugh at you. I think you belong in the cell. You are a horrible person, and I hated you from the moment I saw you. This is what you deserve. Unfortunately, there is nothing I want to be asked. Haven't you done enough questioning, you spiky head? Please, you're scaring the security guard. So, what is it you wish to ask of me then, This guard monitors the visitor's room. He hasn't moved an inch. A real pro, this guy. Or maybe he just doesn't get to see a lot of women like Miss May in here. We've looked at this stuff already, didn't we? Yeah, tell me about that man. About the man who stayed with you in your hotel room. Can you tell me about him? Where is he? Come on. No way, Jose. Yeah, why did wiretap? It sounds so cold, so criminal. Tapping people's phone is a crime, Miss May. Oh, and I suppose you learned that in lawyer school, Yes, I learned that in lawyer school and also in people school. Creep. He's destroying you. Why are you so angry? I mean, you don't look like a bad person. Yes, you do. Phoenix, shut up. She's a bad person. Bottom-feeding, scum-sucking lawyer. But bottom? 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 I mean, she is like you mad, bro. But she is the one who's going to be... Silence bottom. Oh. I'm gonna draw her as the soy jack. Yep, yep. It's what she deserves. Okay, let's go see this weirdo. That's some interesting testimony, Miss May. Unfortunately, as you can see, I have already drawn you as the soy jack. And she just falls to pieces. She's vaporized like Thanos just snapped her. Where's the painting? Where's the painting? There was a giant painting on the wall. He was very specific that it cost $3 million. Yeah, it was a painting of fishermen. Yeah. It wasn't a very memorable painting anyhow. And there's a picture on the desk, obviously. It's a minor change in scenery. What's this? Old photos? There are 2 lying here. Something's been written in pencil on the backs. DL6 incident, Exhibit A. DL6 incident, Exhibit B. Let's take a look at these. Okay. I'm sure I've seen this person somewhere. Perhaps I'll borrow this photo. I'm sure no one will miss just one little photo. And it might be a valuable clue. I'll take it for now. Photograph quietly added to the court record. A photograph that I stole from someone when they weren't there has been added to the court record. A photo lies on the desk. Take the... I can't take them both? Okay. This one is the guy from the original killing that we saw in the trailer. Oh, I only need one? Okay, I'll take that then. All right, all right. Okay. Oh, welcome, sir. A 7-digit change of scenery, Rao, yeah. This room is $3 million different. Quite the performance today, if I dare say so myself. Oh, thanks. Sorry for putting you on the spot, like that. No, not at all. Your efforts today can only help the Gatewaters' rep, as they say. Huh? Rep? Yes, our reputation will swell as the hotel where the murderer used a wiretap. We can charge a premium for the room, of course. It will be great for business, sir. I guess there are a lot of people out there who might like that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Miss May hasn't been charged with murder. I, too, will become famous. The bellboy who brought the murderer iced coffee. Ha ha ha! At least this guy's got a happy outlook on life. So, you are our honored guest. Please let me know if there's anything I can bring you. Okay. Well, obviously we're gonna talk. I mean, I want to know who this guy is. I wanted to ask you about the man who was with Miss May. Yeah, is the tea set just a part of his body, Vegs? Ah, yes. He struck me as a real lady killer, if you'll pardon the expression. Yeah, because he did kill a lady. He did, in fact, kill a woman. He did look like a lady killer. I knew it from the moment I saw him, sir. He and I are of the same ilk. We both carry the scent of Danger. Excuse me, what? If you had a photo of the man, I'm quite certain I could identify him. I mean, I have a photo. Can I not show it to him? The bellboy has the Riz? Alright, Bags. How do I give them this photo? Oh, present. There we go. Is this the man? You know what I want this guy to do, class? Do you know what I want this class to, this guy to do?
Look at this giraffe!
That's not the one I wanted, but it was the quickest one to find. Look at this photograph. You like that one, Rao? That's him, detective. I'm the lawyer. Oh, I know that. I just wanted to say detective once. You know how it is. Without a doubt, that is the man who checked in with Miss April May. How about I write an affidavit swearing that it's him? An affidavit? This guy is way too excited about this. Yes, have him write it. I've always wanted to write an affidavit, sir. From henceforth, I will be known as the bellboy who swore the affidavit. This guy's is... lost it. This case has gone to his head. Just hurry up and write it. He's getting a name change to the bellboy who wrote an affidavit. Okay. He is getting a name change. Could you tell me about this hotel? Absolutely, and on that subject, I have an excellent idea, sir. Currently, this hotel is known as the Gatewater. I propose that we add a subtitle. A subtitle? The Gatewater Hotel, Murder Manor. Well, what do you think? Sounds great. Whatever floats your tea set, man. About Miss May. Oh, sir, not to boast, but I knew the moment I saw her. She'd do it, I said. Do what? Checking into the murder manor. Okay. Should I go back to the scene of the crime? There's nothing more at Grossberg. You again. Can't you take a hint and stay gone? Hey, you're the one going away for 5 to 10 for wire fraud or whatever. So it's my fault now? You don't just have a spiky hair, you have a spiky heart. You're the... I hate this woman. Okay, well, so I've got your boyfriend. The one that no one wants to talk about. Hey, class. You know what I want her to do? Oh. You see, because he's showing her the photograph, he wants her to look at it. She's really getting under my skin. Peter Griffin chin. He does have the Peter Griffin chin, Possum Physics. Welcome. Welcome to class. You just caught the most perfect look at this photograph. Yeah, this guy's got a butt chin right here. Look, I've said several times, I'm not telling you. Uh-oh. Where did you... Aha, a reaction. This is him, isn't it? What? Who? When? Why? How? It is him. He's him. This is the man who stayed in your hotel room the night of the murder. No, no, that's not right. Nice try, Miss Cooperative. Do you have proof it was him? Yeah, proof. Show me proof. Yeah, I have the affidavit that the guy was really very pleased to give me. Could you have a look at this? It's not a photograph, unfortunately. I can't do the same joke again. What's that? The bellboy's affidavit. It tells us everything he saw, such as the man you checked in with, who was most definitely this guy. Push her hard. This is it, all or nothing. Time to do a little bluff. No use playing dumb, if indeed that's an act. If you don't talk, I'm taking this info to the press. What? Even though he should have been a witness to murder, your little friend was missing. I'm sure the press would have a field day with his reputation. Ooh, fine, I'll talk. You win, lawyer. Yes, I do win. I take a big W, and you take a big L as you sit there in jail, where you belong. I told you I didn't like her from the start, class. It's great to be alive. Why are you pumping your fists in the air? Now, tell me about the man you were with. That man, he's my boss. Red White, the president of Blue Corp. Really, class? His name is Red White, the president of Blue Corp. Red White? Information gathering, you say? Well, I suppose you could call it a detective agency. So this is the man that was with you the night of the murder. I'm scared to talk. I don't want to end up like her. It's okay. I'll just ask Mr. White himself. Can you tell me where Blue Corp is located? Can't you just look up? It's a company. You can just look up the address. Mr. Red White at last. If April May couldn't have done it, that leaves him. Okay. I think that's everything. Did she give us the... Oh yeah, she gave us the address to Blue Corp. Let's go there. Oh, and there's the painting. There's the painting. Welcome. Please furnish me with the title of your personages. Your personage. What the? Your name. What's your name? You just have a diamond on your lapel? I was just inquirably asking the title that you go by. Inquirably. Okay. Wright. Phoenix Wright. Yeah, he is kind of a JoJo villain look-alike Rao. Oh, and Ivy, it's just a copy of a $3 million painting. Mr. Wright, is it? Why, I see. Splendiferous. Perhaps I have intimidated you with my giantesque vocabulary. Okay, big words only count if they are suitable, and giantesque is not a suitable word for you there. I'm Red White, CEO of Blue Corp. You know, corporate expansion official. That's not what CEO stands for, but whatever. My business dealings bring me into contact with the elite of the elite. So I'm afraid I'm not used to conversing with the wordily challenged. Let me guess. You are an attorney fresh out of law school, are you not? Oh, he spoke gratuitous English in the Japanese version? I see. Rao, I wonder if our lawyer friends in the chat have played this game. That's the only explanation for why you would come to meet me like this. No matter. So, what business does a mighty lawyer have with a man such as myself? First, I'm just going to take a look at your painting here. Haven't I seen this somewhere? Is this a replica? Ridiculosity. I have no interest in anything but originals. That right there is a bona fide original, worth 5 million for sure. Are you sure it's not worth 3 million? Because I've heard it called 3 million. An impressive lineup of trophies. Judges Special Runner-Up, Best Participation. Judges Cooperation Award, Special Good Try Prize. The words judges and special kind of stand out. That's his question mark trophy. This is the top floor of a 20-story building. The view is quite presidential. I'm guessing this is supposed to be a desk? This is quite the thing. It is modeled on my body, you see. No, I didn't see that, and I wish I hadn't, actually. A statue of a man holding up the world. The Blue Corp sign is certainly stand out. The model for the man is, of course, Mr. White. Truly a work of art, but probably too beauticious for you to appreciate, correct? Okay, let's talk to this guy. Miss May. Miss May is an employee of Blue Corp, is she not? Correct. She was my secretariat. What a shock it was to hear what she has done. What she has done? You mean the wiretap? Indeed. She is paid to answer phones. Tapping them is not in her job description. She does gather information for us as part of her duties. But I assure you, we do not condone illegal methods. It is ineffable that she would do this. Ineffable's really not a suitable word here. Okay, night of the murder. On the night of the murder, were you in April May's hotel room? Who can say? I seldom pay attention to mundane details such as time and place. My motto is, don't worry, be happy. Still, Mr. White, the hotel bellboy has stated on the record that he does remember you very clearly. I don't pay attention to where I am or what's going on. No matter, the bellboy can say what he pleases, I still won't talk to you. If you want me to speak, put me on the witness stand, although I doubt you'd be capable of doing that. Why didn't the prosecution call him as a witness? He should have seen the same thing as April May. Oh ho ho ho, the police, the courts, to me they are mere toys. Playthings for my amusement. Okay, I really don't like this guy either. There's not a whole lot of likable people here. I don't like the judge, I don't like Edgeworth, I don't like Miss May, I don't like this guy, I don't like the bellboy. They're really all just detestable people. What kind of company is Blue Corp anyway? Excellent question. We buy and sell various kinds of information. We are a company of the future, you might say. We are the future. In just 10 years, I've built this business up from the grand office you see now. In case you were wondering, Blue Corp was named after the color blue. Yes, I know. I, Red White, of Blue Corp, is founder and CEO, named it so. And why, you ask? Because I like the color blue, of course. It seems like you like the color pink, actually. Fantabulistic, is it not? Oh, that painting. Yes, I've seen that painting before. Someone said it was worth 3 million. Yes, what might that be? That big painting on the wall there. I've seen it before. You know, I've actually seen that painting before. Oh? Just yesterday, actually. Your point being? My point is simple. Rather, my question is simple. Why is that painting hanging on your wall? Mr. Wrong, was it? Right. It appears you do not fully grasp your position here. I ask again, who are you? A lawyer? No, my feeble friend, a mere lawyer. Worth nothing. Zilch, zippo, nada, nilch. Just like that sorry excuse for an attorney, Grody Burger. What? Ugh. He punched me. Well, Mr. Lawyer, what will you do, eh? Charge me with assault? Charge away, I welcome it, for it is you who will be found guilty. What? Heed my exposition. The police, the courts, they all do my bidding. See, I would have just recorded this conversation. I don't know what the recording laws are like in Japan. In some states, including mine, there is one-party consent for recording, which means for the purpose of recording a criminal act or some kind of danger to you, you are allowed to secretly record someone. Just something to keep in mind. I don't expect you to understand. It is a world beyond your compensation. You came here from Grody Burgers, I presume? No? Then you must ask him, why is that his paint... Why is it that his painting... Okay, hold on one sec. Why is it that this painting of his hangs here? Perhaps then he will tell you. Perhaps he will explain how a man can live life purely for personal profit. Go now, skedaddle. There is nothing more to discuss. Okay. See, me, I would not have taken that disrespect. Mr. Wrong. I don't think he's noticing me standing there. Jumpin' Jehoshaphat's. Oh, you. What's wrong? You look so passive, like an old man at the end of his days. I'm not senile yet. I was just thinking about this whole mess. Okay, let's talk to this guy. So you came to see the trial? Yes, I did. Something was bothering me all last night, you see. I couldn't get a wink of sleep. Really? What was that? Well, you see, it's just... Maya's sister, that poor girl. My boy, I owe you my thanks, truly. I don't know what I would have done if things had gone poorly for the girl. Okay, then why did you refuse to help, buddy? I asked you before, but why did you refuse her request for defense? I think I have a right to know. A right, Mr. Wright? No, I'm sorry. It's just I need more time to think about it, my boy. She's on trial for murder, like, now. Mr. White. So I paid Blue Corp a visit? Oh, I see. Mr. Grossberg. I have to admit, something has been bothering me. Oh, what is it? Well, out with it, my boy. You see, it's just... Mr. Grossberg, sir, there was a giant painting hanging right here the other day, was there not? The one you said you had no intention of parting with? Well, I saw it. Today. It was in the CEO's office at Blue Corp. Red White's office. So, you noticed. I suppose I should have guessed you would. It is a large painting. Mr. Grossberg, I know you and Mr. White are connected somehow. Connected, you say? Yes, and I know what it is. He's blackmailing you. He's giving you information. You're lovers. I don't think you're lovers. He's not giving you information, he takes it. And they were roommates. Mr. White has something on you, doesn't he? Blackmail. That's why no one will talk to me. I think that painting is fairly gaudy proof. Very well. This may be the chance I've been waiting for. Maybe it's time to get this off my chest so I can finally rest easy again. After all, you were Maya's understudy. Perhaps it was fate. Red White is a man who makes his living through intimidation. Blue Corp is a company that excels in finding people's weaknesses, I'm afraid. I've been paying them for 15 years now. What did you do? What did you do, Mr. Grossberg? All because of the DL6 incident, as you may have guessed. The name on the back of the photographs. As you suspected, I could not stand in defense of Maya because of this. White would have destroyed me if I did. It is hard for me to tell you this, my boy, but arresting Red White will be nigh on impossible. Impossible? Why? He has information on everyone. It gives him an iron grip. He owns judges, attorneys, prosecutors, police, and politicians. Oh wow, he owns politicians? What a shock. They are bound, unable to do harm to themselves, and therefore to him. Don't look at me like that. What you see is nothing more than the weight of many years. Okay, tell me about the incident. What is the DL6 incident? DL6 is nothing more than sorting code the police gave the case. It was 15 years ago now. I received a request from a medium, a spirit medium. Her name was Misty Faye. Indeed, she was Maya's mother. She had been investigating a murder at the bequest of the police. And she failed. As a result, the police called her a fraud. I did all I could for her, and in the end, cleared her of wrongdoing. That murder case, however, remains unsolved to this day. That case is the DL6 incident. Okay, then what are you being blackmailed for? Why were you blackmailed over this, Mr. Grossberg? The DL6 incident was top secret at the time. It made sense. The police didn't want people to know they were using a medium. They couldn't let people know. But one person found out. I told him. You told White? He offered me riches. It is an embarrassment to me now. Because I talked, the police were mocked far and wide. In secret, they began looking for the one who sold them out. Of course, White heard about it, and he came to me. Only this time, the offer was blackmail. I see. White controls the law of this country as he sees fit. Yet if you would still challenge him, have a close look at Maya's office. She followed his every move for years. She may have recorded something of what she found. Okay. Okay, I think that's good. Last place, we haven't been. It's funny, looking at this room, it seems so normal. Hard to imagine a murder took place here. Mr. Grossberg said there would be clues. Maybe I should have another look. Okay. Maya's favorite potted plant. I guess I'll have to water it now. There's that old movie painting. Maya's desk. Perfectly clean as always. The only thing it's missing is Maya. All the cases Chief ever worked on are filed here. They're in alphabetical order. Let's take a look. Which file should I look at? A. Let's see if there's a record in this file that catches my eye. Ahaha, A, B, F. Misty Faye, that's Maya and Maya's mother. Should I take a look? Of course, read it. Yeah, Phoenix has jokes just like mine, just as good. I have tarnished the Faye name, leaving only these words, my mother vanished. I was determined to find the one who made my mother blame herself in this way. Using the power that runs in my family, I held an audience with the dead. Finally, the names of two men surfaced. One was Marvin Grossberg, a lawyer who sold my mother's information for riches. The other was the man who sold that information to the press. This parasite who makes his fortune on threats and coercion. His name is... The record stops there. So Maya knew Grossberg. All the case... Okay, that... Next one. Let's see. J through S. Nothing much in here. Maybe I'll just skim some of this. Okay, skim it. Well, no harm in flipping through, I guess. The biggest part's here at the end in S. Suicide. Ooh. She has a collection of suicide reports. There's politicians, policemen. Oh, people who've been blackmailed? There's writing on most of these in pencil. White. This is Maya's handwriting. Wait, I get it. Maya thought he was involved in these suicides. White drove them all to it. I could use these newspaper clippings. Let's find the most disturbing one. Yeah, check them. Check the last one. Is there anything? T-U, I know W, White. The entire W section is missing. Was it taken? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Well, aren't you persistent? Sorry, but there's something I have to... Oh, sorry. Sorry, but there's something I have to ask you. Mr. Lawyer, I really hate having to repeat myself, but it seems the message has not yet penetrated your thick skull. Stop bothering me. If you try my patience further, I fear a nasty accident may occur. Do I make myself clear? Okay. He's not going to talk to me. This is the only clue. I'd better make this count. Mr. White, see this? It's an article describing the suicide of a politician. He was embezzling a secret government fund. Then one day, word got leaked to the press. The very next day, he took his own life. He's a whole ass evidence. And this concerns me how? I found this article in Maya's office. Miss Maya. She had a file filled with articles like this. Every one of them was labeled with a single word. White. Mr. White, I know what you did to this politician. You blackmailed him. You were blackmailing him. Blackmail? Not just him either. You were threatening and coercing hundreds of others. Isn't there a Columbo episode like this? Haha, yes, Ivy. Just look at this. Look at this evidence. Oh, one more thing. Just one more thing, Mr. White. This newspaper clipping, it's been bothering me. My wife, you know, she's always clipping stuff out of the newspaper, coupons and stuff. I saw you do it. This company is built on blackmail. I'm right, aren't I? What a bizarre accusation. Mr. Wrong. What is it that you should be doing now? Investigating me? No. I think not. You should be searching for the one who killed Miss Mia. Secretary's office, hello. Mr. Wrong will be leaving now. Yes, sir. I'll send someone right away. Wait a second, Mr. White. My wife, she's been getting her palms read recently, talking about spirit mediums and such. Mr. White, have you ever heard anything of that sort? Oh, that's good, Ivy. That's very good. What should I be doing now is going after you. Just what are you insinuating? Maya was onto you. She was keeping tabs. For this reason, you had April May tapping her phone. Then, Maya was murdered, and all the documents about you mysteriously disappeared. So the culprit would be... Even a child could work it out, Mr. White. You did it. We won't be needing an escort for Mr. Wrong. Instead, please connect me to the public prosecutor's office. Oh. Hello, Chief Prosecutor. I've changed my mind. I want to testify tomorrow. The Maya Fey case, I witnessed the murder, you see. And thus, as very important witness, I would like to testify. Quietude. I told you I changed my mind, didn't I? Oh, and one other thing. Send the police over here right away. The man's standing right in front of me. He looks dazed, but could be violent. executioner, the hatchet man, the liquidator, the killer man. Mr. White, this isn't another one of those. Chief Prosecutor, I do not believe you are in a position to freely offer your opinions to me, correct? I'm telling you to send the police now. Did I not tell you, Mr. Wrong? You are a mere lawyer, as was Miss Mia. I'll point the finger at you, and you will be tried as Miss Mia's killer. The case is as good as settled. No lawyer of any worth will defend you. I have friends in the local lawyers association, you see. You'll be given a lawyer so stupendously inept that they make even you look competent. Oh, it's Detective Dick Shoes again. Yeah, I'm a lawyer. I could just do this myself. Yeah, Butts, Harry Butts. Right, actually, Phoenix Wright, and my friend's name is Larry. Right, sorry, pal. See, Butts was that murderer, right? And Detective Gumshoe, I present to you the man who killed Miss Mia Fey. What? Take this despicable human being into custody. Farewell, Mr. Wrong. Okay. My trial begins tomorrow. White's going to set a trap for me, and the prosecution will be in on it, of course. Edgeworth included. Yeah, Gumshoe does seem too stupid for blackmail, Rao. Right. Mr. Wright. Oh, Maya, great. They let you out of detention. Just now, yes. It's all thanks to you. Ha. Now I'm afraid we've switched places. What? You mean you? I explained what had happened to Maya. I don't believe it. How many people does that man need to destroy before he's satisfied? Yeah, the cops are still there. My sister and now you. This has gone too far. Mr. Wright, please tell me, is there anything I can do? Well... help me break out of here. I mean, I guess you can cheer me on, because... yeah, just cheer me on. I don't want you saying anything in court. Yeah, I like that. Alright, leave it to me. I better go get a uniform and some pom-poms. She's not really gonna do that, is she, class? I'm kidding, it was a joke. No, really, I was kidding, but thanks. It's good to know you're on my side. Yeah, she can defend me now. But I can't just sit here and do nothing. I've got to give that man a piece of my mind. I should give him a piece of a bullet instead. I'll show them a thing or two. I'm just suddenly the one on trial now. Some Harvey Birdman stuff. Beginning a few years ago, a limit of 3 days was put on initial court trials. Okay. He just pulled the reversey on me. Most with a guilty verdict. You do. I never thought I would end up in the defendant's chair myself for this case. With the true culprit appearing as the star witness. This is it. Tomorrow, it's me or him. They drew me as the soy jack. I lost. Do 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 do. Well, I guess this is it. Yeah. One way or another, this case gets decided today. Ah, for Phoenix, look. Oh, it's Edgeworth. Prosecutor Edgeworth. I received a call from the Chief Prosecutor's office yesterday. I was told that whatever Mr. White says today, it will be the absolute truth. No matter how you try to attack his testimony, if I raise an objection, I have it on good faith that the judge will listen to me. Jeez. So, you're saying I'm going to be guilty. End of story. I will do anything to get my verdict, Mr. Wright. Anything. Why How can you torment an innocent person like this? Innocent? How can we know that? The guilty will always lie to avoid being found out. There's no way to tell who is guilty and who is innocent. Then what's the point of a trial? All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty. So I make that my policy. This guy is the worst person ever. I hate this guy. I hate Mr. White, obviously, but I hate this man. This is just a psychopath. Like, this person just is an awful, awful person. Like, everyone is guilty. It doesn't matter if you're innocent because I can't tell who's guilty or innocent. If you can't tell who's guilty or innocent, then what's the point of a trial? It's like, just arrest whoever you want, and it's a show trial. He'd better get better. How do you even arrive at such a mentality? Yeah, I mean, we're standing right here in front of this guy. We should have just killed Red White. We should have just killed him ourselves. And then used our loyalty tricks to get away with it. This is just a cold-blooded, like, Red White isn't like, I understand his evil. He's a greedy narcissist. There's just a cold, dead stare in Edgeworth's eyes. Don't expect any special treatment, Phoenix, right? The Phoenix? Well, court will be starting soon. Your defense attorney isn't even here yet. They're not. I'll be defending myself. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, literally asking you to find the truth or justice. Like, literally the oath you take as a prosecutor is not, like, find everyone guilty. It's to get to the truth. This is the worst Miles I've ever seen. The only other Miles I know is Tails, though, so... we'll see, Ivy. We'll see. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, are you sure you're up to doing this? Yes, Your Honor. I will be defending myself. Understood. Very well. Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. Baby Driver has a Miles in it? Is that their real name, though? Rao, if that is your real name. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. As the details of the event are already quite clear to the court, today we will hear the testimony of a witness to the defendant's crime. I see. So we're just going to ignore the fact that we've already previously had an eyewitness that said a different person did the killing. Why did the judge ask Edgeworth why his witness didn't testify before? It's like he already knows why. If anyone's going to raise an objection about it, I suppose it's me. Objection! Mr. Edgeworth, you owe no explanation to the court. Why didn't this witness testify in the trial against Miss Maya Fey? I'm ever so sorry. Mr. White is a busy man, and besides, at the time, I thought that Miss Maya's opinion was all that would be needed. Miss May's opinion. Again, my sincerest apologies to the court. Excellent, Mr. Edgeworth. I appreciate your demeanor. Oh my god. I would like to call Mr. Red White to the stand. It's literally... There was someone else who said a different person did the killing. Like, and it wasn't that long ago, it was yesterday. You wish to know the title of my personage? Your name. Yes, that's what I said. Oh dear, do my locutions confuse? Name. My name is Red White, but my friends call me Blanco Nino. White 9? I am the CEO, or to use a more common term, the president of Blue Corp. Oh, this trial is giving me blue balls. Did you know the victim, Miss Maya Fey? That would be a negatory. No, I did not. You were at the Gatewater Hotel the night of the murder? Oh, white boy? Yeah, I bet his friends call him that. Correct. And you witnessed the murder from there? Ahem. Why tell you what you already know? Very well, Mr. White, you may begin your testimony. If I can't rip this guy's testimony apart, I'm done for. Ho 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 ho. I hope you have made your peace with God, Mr. Lawyer. Let him have it, Phoenix. Yes, Bags, the room was dark enough to call her testimony into question, but he witnessed the murder across the street at 9 p.m. perfectly, on the dot sharp, even though the bellboy was there at 9 o'clock sharp. Witness testimony. Let's see, it was about 9, I believe. I was quietly perusifying, that's reading to you, some papers by the window. Then I heard a bedlam coming from outside. Surprised, I turned to look at the building across the way. It was then I saw him, a spiky-haired man attacking a woman with long hair. Needless to say, that man was none other than you, Mr. Lawyer. I called Miss May over at once. She, too, was flabbergasted, of course. The victim, she ran away, but you gave chase. Finally, there was a terrible impaction. Then it was all over. If things occurred as you testify, then I'm afraid the defendant is guilty. Very well, defendant. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Yeah, how do you not just destroy this? Your Honor, I have here the testimony from literally 24 hours ago of the very same Miss May, who the witness literally says also saw the events with him at the exact same time. And she said someone else did it. Probable reasonable doubt doesn't exist in this world, unfortunately. Yes, Your Honor. Let's see, it was about 9, I believe. I'm just going to tell him Ligma. Mr. White, are you familiar with the legal term Ligma? Ligma what? Ligma balls. Meh. Got him. I was quietly perusifying this reading to you. Oh wait, he said to the left. Or she said to the... Well, it was already found out that she didn't see who did it because she didn't know what Maya looked like. So she was lying. Yeah, they both were talking about running. That was the only thing that really matched. And she said to the right. Yeah, she said something else. Yeah, because they specifically gave me this only piece of evidence from the previous trial. Wait right there, Mr. White. You've dug your own grave. What is this? You said the victim ran to the left, but that directly contradicts Miss May's testimony. She clearly stated that the victim ran right. Oh, ho, 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 it's simple. You have misheard her. I think not. Look at the floor plans. The killer was here, and the victim here. If the victim ran to the left, as you claim she did, she would have been running directly away from the door. She would have been running into a dead end. Yes, written testimony. I didn't mishear anything, Bags. True, true. Don't you find that odd? Very strange. I did see her run to the left. I did. Phoenix, look at his face. I don't think he's lying about this one. True. Maybe he really did see the victim run left. So he did witness the killing. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Miss May says right and Mr. White says left. Yeah, why didn't he just lie? He's lying the whole time. Can you explain this contradiction to the court? They're both right, actually. Both witnesses are telling the truth. Huh, I doubt it. Rather, that does not clear up the contradiction. There is one scenario that would explain their conflicting accounts. Yes, that's right, Rao. That is correct. Obviously, the witness was not viewing the crime from the hotel. Mr. Wright, what do you mean? Yes, what do you mean he was not viewing the crime from the hotel? If he was not in the hotel, where could he have been? In the law offices of Fay and Company, of course. More specifically, he was standing here. I mean... yeah, he was the killer. Look, when the victim ran for the door, if he was watching from this point, to him it would appear that she ran to the left. Please, this is no time for jokes in ill taste. That is where the killer was standing. Very good, Miles. You figured it out. That's where the killer was standing. Order! I will have order! Anyone disturbing the order of this courtroom will be held in contempt. I hold you in contempt, Judge Baldy, you jerk. Mr. Wright, what are you suggesting? A rapscallion. Objection. The postulations of the defense are a distortion of the truth, Your Honor. Indeed, they do seem a bit far-fetched. Oh, you provide us with so much entertainment, Mr. Lawyer. He's disintegrating before us. The hilarity of the moment made me remember something. It appears I have been unclear, and for this I apologize. Mr. Your Honor, might I be allowed to testify once more? Very well. Let's hear your revised testimony. Miss May's testimony was correct, as was mine. When you assaulted the girl, she first ran to the left. And then you hit her savagely. That is what I saw. Next, with the last of her strength, she ran to the right. You chased her and delivered the final blow. Pretty sure she was hit once. Pretty sure she was hit once. You see, you hit her twice. Don't you remember, Mr. Lawyer? No, I explicitly remember, and so would the judge. The autopsy report has already been entered into evidence. That does seem to make sense. Will you be cross-examining the witness's testimony? The judge is Joe Rogan. Yeah, he's just being entertained by wizards. Or whatever that joke is about Joe Rogan being like a barbarian king who has magi come and like try to teach him things. And he's just confused. The judge is just vibing, Ivy. You bet I will. I mean, yes, Your Honor. He just agrees with the last person to speak. Honestly, there are a couple of people like that. I won't name them in our popular world today. That basically, the last convincing, persuasive person they talk to, you could get them to believe just about anything. Like, there are certain politicians in the world that if I got to sit down with them for a while, I could be like, yeah, this is why you need to legalize cannabis. And they would come away with it being like, okay, yeah, that sounds good to me. Because they're just really stupid and really only listen to the most recent thing they heard A lot of influencers are like that.
Miss May's testimony was correct as well as mine. When you assaulted the girl, she first ran to the left, and then you hit her savagely. That is what I saw. Next, with the last of her strength, she ran to the right. You chased her and delivered the final blow. That is what Miss May saw. You see, you hit her twice.
Oh, okay, no.
Objection! Mr. White, the victim died from a single blow.
Oh no! There might be a second update to the autopsy, of course. What do you have to say to that?
Erp. Now's my chance to hit him where it counts.
Mr. White, wasn't it you who told this court you were abso-positively perfect?
I will refrain from using this phrase from now on.
Yeah, it begs. He also said that May was there. She would have also seen the 2 blows if there were 2 blows. Your Honor, if you could ask the witness for a new testimony.
The witness is obviously confused, Your Honor. I would like to request a 10-minute break. Yes, quite. Objection! The witness is confused because he's lying. I emphatically request that there be no break, Your Honor.
Yeah, we want justice. Don't let him get away. Yeah, regular common people hate this guy.
Very well. If the witness would care to revise his testimony.
Yep, the mob has spoken. Yeah, Beggs, he's just not him when he's hungry.
Mr. White? Okay. Well, see, I looked at the other window when I heard that thing fall. Then the next moment I saw Miss Mia run to the left. The killer, you, attacked her, but she dodged. And then she turned and ran for the door. And then you did her in with a single blow. Thwap! Thwap indeed. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. Mr. Your Honor, my stomach, you see, it is hurting.
My stomach hurt. His tummy hurt. His tummy hurts. Aww. Deal with it. He literally just put on the sunglasses. Deal with it. His tummy. Tummy ache.
This is almost over.
Well, you see, I looked at the other window when I heard that thing fall. What thing? You heard that thing fall. What exactly was that thing?
Huh? The glass light stand.
Right, the one that had fallen over at the scene. Phoenix, doesn't something about that strike you as odd?
Yeah, very odd.
Mr. White. What? You're saying you saw the glass light stand?
Yes.
Then change your testimony to reflect that.
Sorry, my bad. The witness will revise his testimony.
Okay, of course. A light stand was lying on the floor when I looked. Then the next moment I saw Miss Maya run to the left. The killer, you, attacked her, but she dodged. Oh wait, I go back.
Light stand was on the floor.
These lights. Yeah, how many times you get to revise your testimony, Bags? This is kind of a wild situation. He is, bro. He's basically safe scumming on the stand, and the judge is just letting him do it.
It was impossible for you to have seen the light stand. What? The stand broke into pieces when it fell. Oof. Just by seeing the broken pieces, you would have no idea it was a light stand. So tell me, exactly when was it that you saw the stand? Answer the question. Isn't it obvious? I saw the stand before it fell over. So you saw the stand before the victim was attacked, then? Correct. That would be no problemo, right? Big problemo. There's a big problem here. What problem is this? Mr. White, let me make sure I have this straight. You saw the glass light stand through the window from the hotel before the incident occurred? Correct. That is so. It's conclusive, definitive, undeniable, unimpeachable. Oh, he's just making it worse by making it clear that he is now standing by this. No, it's impossible. You couldn't have seen the stand. What? Why couldn't he? You have proof? I sure do, Your Honor. A person in the hotel could not have seen the stand before it fell over. Yeah, no one could have seen that. Only other stand users can see the stand. Untrue. Object permanence is not existent for this judge. Look at this. These are the floor plans to the scene of the murder, yes? Correct, Your Honor. Now, look. If you were to look through the window at the office, this is the area you would be able to see. Here. Well, note that the stand is not within the visible area. Well, Mr. White? What do you have to say to that? Ridiculosity. Mr. White, if you were in the Gatewater Hotel as you claim, you could not have seen the stand before it fell over. In fact, you wouldn't have been able to see it after it fell, either. There's no way you could have recognized the broken shards as a glass light stand. So, when did you see the stand, Mr. White? It must have been the moment that it fell, and the only place you could have seen that from is inside the Fey Law offices. In other words, you were at the scene of the crime when the murder took place. Gah! God, remind me never to visit Japan. At least, not with the intent of doing a crime. Yeah. Mr. White? Mr. White. You did it, didn't you? Mr. Your Honor, Miss Mia...
Objection!
Oh, of course it's Edgeworth. That's far enough, Phoenix Wright. What? Yeah, now the witness is taking damage. I forgot about Edgeworth. He was quite quiet through all that. Mr. White, I think the time has come. Shouldn't you confess your crime now, What? I said you should confess your crime, ergo, confess that you placed the wiretap. The what wiretap? Order! Order! Mr. Edgeworth, explain to the court what you mean by this. Distinguished members of the court, Mr. White is slightly confused. Allow me to explain. As you know, Mr. White is the CEO of Blue Corp. He ordered his secretary, Miss April May, to tap the law offices of Miss Fay. What does that have to do? Your Honor, the question is, when was the wiretap placed in the office and by who? No, you wouldn't. Mr. White, in order to place the wiretap, you entered Miss Fay's office. Am I correct? Correct. You are most correct, Miles. Give me a break. Yes, in order to place the wiretap, I breached the Fay & Company law offices. That is when I saw the accursed light stand. Now I'm confused. Explain to the court what this means, Mr. Edgeworth. Also, there's no motive for either Maya or Phoenix to have done this killing. Motive never comes into play here at all. Gladly, Your Honor. Mr. Phoenix Wright has made his position quite clear. He has determined that Mr. White knew the glass stand was in the office. He has shown that there was only one time Mr. White could have seen the stand, at the very moment of the murder. Thus, Mr. Wright would like you to believe that Mr. White was the murderer. I see. However, it is a fact that Mr. White had been to that office well before the murder took place. When he went to place the wiretap, he could have seen the glass light stand then. Ergo, Mr. Phoenix Wright's theory is irrelevant, is revealed for the baseless conjecture it is. Mr. White, you will testify to the court about this wiretapping. Ahem, leave it to me. It was the beginning of September. The week before the murder, I had entered the Fay and Company law offices. Of course, I had done so to place the wiretap. That is when I saw this glass light stand. So you saw the stand before the night of the incident, and this is how you were able to identify what had fallen over. By the sound. Again, the sound you heard from across the street between two windows. Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine. It was the beginning of September, the week before the murder.
Hold it!
Do you have proof? Miss April May knew the details of Miss Fay's phone conversation. This proves that the wiretap was placed before the murder. It entered the Fay and Company law offices.
Hold it!
Was it really you that went to the office? Or was it Miss May?
Objection!
Unidentified fingerprints several days old were found in the Fay and Company law offices, which never gets brought up. Was never brought up before. These unidentified fingerprints could have been the person who killed Maya, and not an employee who has no motive to do so. Okay. Wait, and if it's obviously Mr. White's, then let's just check. We have the unidentified fingerprints and we have Mr. White. Let's just check. Yeah? Or no? Now, Mr. White, tell us why you went to the Fay and Company law offices. I had done so to place the wiretap.
Hold it!
Why did you tap me as phone?
Objection!
This has no bearing on the current case, Your Honor. Blue Cope is a detective agency of sorts. We have a responsibility to protect client confidentiality. Even for your illegal wiretap that has already been determined to be illegal and someone was already arrested and sent to jail for it? I don't think you have a right to... You don't have a right to protect your client's confidentiality in this crime that you committed. Why did you notice something as innocuous as a light stand? The light stand was made entirely out of glass. It was quite stylish, so I guess it made a lasting impression on me. Such a putacious thing deserves attention, does it not? That is all. I'm afraid this is as far as you go, Mr. Wright. The time has come for you to admit your defeat. You fought honorably. Okay. Yes, Your Honor, he gives up. Okay. Mia? What? Okay. Okay. Mia, the victim? Okay. And we're in the waiting room. I lost the trial. I was hallucinating. Just hello, freemium dude. Hello, hello. It's good to see you. Objection. Yes, I am objecting to this entire trial. This is a mockery of justice. This is a kangaroo court. I am being railroaded. Free me. Free me from this jail. They dumped all the evidence. This is a sham trial, and now the dead woman is here. The victim is standing before me. You're finally awake. Crossing the border, huh? Free me, dude. Exactly. And I would have gotten away with it, too, if it weren't for these meddling lawyers. Gak? Gak? Wasn't Gak that slime stuff that they sold on Nickelodeon? Hey, Phoenix. Gak? That's no way to greet an old friend. Phoenix, I want you to look at me. Gacked, I know that reference, Rao. That is a J-pop singer. From X-Japan, if I'm not mistaken. You're... Maya? Didn't you know the Fey women have a strong psychic powers? When you accepted your defeat in court, it appears that it was enough of a shock to awaken Maya's true powers. So, Maya is channeling you, Mia. That's right, I am Maya, but also Mia. Now, I want you to listen to me, Phoenix. Maya never gave up. You can't either. That's what I came here to tell you. But we don't have much time, Phoenix. Now listen. You've already won. What? You have that receipt in the court record, right? Oh yeah, the one you wrote Maya on. Phoenix, White wrote that, not me. So what do I do with it? It has his fingerprints on it, I assume? Look at the front of the receipt. The front. It's a regular receipt. Looks like it's from a famous department store. $1,000, wow. Big spender. Item. Glass light stand. Glass light stand. Date of purchase September 4. September 4. That's right, Phoenix. I bought that stand the day before I was killed. So Phoenix did not recognize that the light stand was brand new. That light stand that had been purchased the day before she was killed was the one that was shattered. What did Mr. White say in his testimony? It was the beginning of September, the week before the murder. Class, I'm going to have some thoughts about this case in a few minutes. There you go. I think the court is about ready to reconvene. Go do it, Phoenix. You know you're innocent. Now you just have to prove it. Again, you shouldn't have to prove your innocence. They should have to prove your guilt. But that's not even the beginning of our problems. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Mr. Phoenix Wright. Is the defendant, rather you, all right, Mr. Wright? Yes, sorry, Your Honor. I'm fine now. Then let's start where we left off. If this guy points at his head one more time. Your Honor, there is nothing to go back to. The cross-examination of Mr. White is finished. All that is required now is for you to pass judgment on the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Your Honor, please give me one more chance. I promise you, this is the last time I'll ask you. But, as Mr. Edgeworth has noted, the trial is more or less finished. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an opinion on this matter? I say, let us give Mr. Phoenix Wright his last chance. Oh, and you had to, like, the prosecutor to let you have the last chance? You don't even get a closing statement? You may begin your cross-examination. It was the beginning of September, the week before the murder. Okay. Here's the receipt.
Look closely at this. See the word Maya written in blood? Bwahaha, you're grasping. I think not. Look at the other side of the receipt. The other side? Your Honor, would you tell the court what is written on the other side of that receipt? Well, a glass light stand. And the date of purchase. Why, that's the day before the murder. You see, Mr. White? Exactly. Why is her name written on it in blood? When you allegedly entered Fay and Company law offices at the beginning of September, the stand could not have been there. Hooah! Couldn't they just say it was a receipt for a second? Yeah, they could. Can't get out of this one, can you? No, it's impossible. Yeah. Well, Your Honor, I understand there must be quite a bit of pressure on you. But I think you'll agree you can't judge me guilty under these circumstances. Very well. Then, that is all for the trial of... Oh, I'm gonna kill this guy. Hello, Caramel Bandit! Welcome! Welcome, Caramel Bandit, with your party of 4. Thank you for bringing your class on a field trip here. Welcome, welcome. We are in the middle of Phoenix Wright. This is my first Ace Attorney game of any kind. We are in the absolutely ludicrous trial of Phoenix Wright, on trial for a murder he did not commit. I am in fact about to tar and feather Edgeworth. That is correct, Raoul. This is an absolutely sham trial, a kangaroo court. You are about to see the verdict, though. You've come just in time on this field trip to my classroom. That's right, I am Mr. Aegis. I am your homeroom teacher, a teacher in real life. We play first-time playthroughs of games that I've never played before. As for the verdict... Oh, Edgeworth has something more to say? There is a certain thread of logic to the defendant's claims. However, there is no concrete proof that Phoenix Wright is innocent. That's not what a trial is. What? The trial isn't to prove someone's innocent. The trial is to prove if someone's guilty. What? Ergo, I would like to request one more day before Phoenix Wright is granted his freedom. I need time to make one more inquiry into this matter. Another inquiry? This isn't going to be another one of those updated autopsy reports. This guy just makes up evidence as he pleases. Yeah, the prosecutor just literally makes up... The prosecutor is making up evidence. The judge is under pressure from the witness. The witness is blackmailing and bribing everyone involved. Mr. White's guilt is obvious. There's no need to prolong this trial any further. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? If anyone is going to call Mr. White to trial, it would be me, the prosecution. I need a day to ascertain whether these new claims have any basis in factual evidence. I see. Objection denied. I can't deal with it. The completion of the trial of Mr. Phoenix Wright will be postponed until tomorrow. What? Mr. Your Honor, may I go home? Of course. Thank you for your time. The witness will stay. Mia! Phoenix, read this note out loud. Mia, what's this?
Mia's memo. A list of people's names in Maya's handwriting. Mia? Maya? Your Honor, if I may? You're quite persistent today, Mr. Wright.
Yes, I'm on trial for murder. I'm pretty persistent. I'm on trial for murder, and I'm being railroaded. You have a witness who said that someone else did the killing. And the person who did the killing is the star witness against me. I am losing it. I have something I would like to read to the court.
Take that!
You take that. Take that, you stupid judge. The memo Mia had given me was a list of names. Many of them sounded strangely familiar. People in finance, famous celebrities. That's when it happened. Stop! Desist! Halt! But please, stop! Make him stop! How did you get that list? Mr. White, admit your guilt right here, right now, or else this list will be released to the press. What? I confess. I did it. I hit her. I hit Miss Mia with the thinker. Case closed, Your Honor. Well, I see no reason to continue this trial. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. You've done it again. That was quite a spirited defense. Yeah, spirited, as in we summoned a spirit. We literally summoned the spirit of the dead victim through a psychic medium. Well, this court finds the defense, the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yeah, Beggs, the judge was literally in on this whole thing. And yes, Ivy, I do keep making the jokes. I am the joke master. That is all. This court is adjourned. Class, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you about this case. This is truly wild. Everything about this was horrifying. What a terrible experience. Yeah, Bags, that list is still going public because we were just reading it out loud. And how did the list make him... And, like, also, the list isn't evidence. It's not evidence that he did anything to those people. It's just a list of their names. My brain hurts. My brainus hurts. Well, I never thought I'd be saying this again, but congratulations. You're lucky I was born a fae. I'm glad you made it. Thank you, Phoenix. You risked a lot to help me, and Maya. I won't forget it as long as I live. Well, you're dead. You're dead. So I guess you'll forget it right now? As long as you live? My time here is running out. Maya's powers are still weak. I can't stay here that long. What? No. There's still so much to say. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll meet again. Chief! I'm not the chief anymore. Phoenix? Can you come to the office tonight, say 9 p.m.? The office? I'll see you later. Being here, it's hard not to think about that night. He was late. I was kind of worried you might not. Of course I came. Well then, I'm pretty hungry. How about a burger? A burger? She want a burger? Bwahaha! You should see your face. Mia. What are you talking about? It's me. Maya. Maya? What? Did I look like my sister? Look like you were her. I might be able to use that. Oh, Phoenix, go to the store and buy me lunch, would you? Maya, why are you here? Because of this. See? Mia wrote me a letter. Take care of Phoenix for me. Take care of... Huh? She means the office. This office. Someone has to help with the new Wright and Company law offices, right? And who better but me, Maya Fey, reporting for duty. Wait, no, on second thought, let's make this casual. Yo, Nick, Maya here, ready to get down to business, really? You don't mind me calling you Nick, do you? It's a great name. Mia said that's what your friend Larry calls you. You know what this means? We're partners. Yes, that isn't my name. You know, when I think about it, it is Maya's fault I'm here now. But if it wasn't for her, I'd probably be in jail. Then again, if it wasn't for her, you wouldn't have been defending her in the first place. Phoenix. Yeah, I didn't get it at all, Rao. Thank you for pointing it out. Phoenix. Nick. Phoenix. Wright and Company law offices. It's got a good ring to it. Yeah. Thanks, Maya. The Deus Ex Machina in this one was wild. Absolutely wild. Good luck, Phoenix. I'll always be here watching. That's not creepy at all. Yeah, that's how the law of succession works in the spirit world, Bags. Oh, they were using the honorifics. I see, Ivy, I see. Do what? Burgers, dummy. Burgers. That's me, Burgers dummy. I'm the Burgers dummy. There's a great burger joint just down the street. Come on, time's a-wastin'. Okay, wait up. We finished another case. This one really got my goat. Apparently this one is about some robot samurai. We're just going to make a save here. All right. This is our class behavior chart. There's only one individual in Teacher's Pet right now. That's Seals Eat Fish, for those of you who are new. Second category, of course, is Good Noodles. Most people are in Good Noodle. Aurora the Princess is in Monkey Wrench. No one is in the bottom tier, which is Bad Noodles. Oh, right in my face. Bags, you might get moved down to Monkey Wrench. You might get moved down to Monkey Wrench for all this. Oh, that's right. We did move you to Monkey Wrench, Rao. Oh, the spitballs. The paper. Caramel Bandit. Caramel Bandit, you did not have a clip yet. But you are going to start with your clip in Monkey Wrench. In fact, I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to do it right now. Just you wait. It is probably what court is like in Japan.
No, please. I am a good noodle. I am a good noodle.
Are you sure? What would a good noodle say after having dumped paper on their teacher? They would give the teacher an apple. I see. Well... Okay. I suppose I can make an exception this time. You did apologize with an apple. But then Bags keeps doing the spitballs.
Everyone, we have an announcement to make. Stop bullying!
Yeah, exactly. Stop bullying. So hold up. Here we go. There. There you go. You're in good noodle. For now. For now. We'll see. Yeah, that's what the bottom tier is. The bottom tier is Bad Noodle. The Thin Ice tier is Monkey Wrench. Teacher's Pet is the top rank. How do you get into Bad Noodle? Bags is about to go into Bad Noodle right now. Bags is our mod, so he can just get himself out of Bad Noodle. But the desk flipping, the spitballs, yep, Bags is going right down into Bad Noodle territory. And there you go. Bad Noodle territory it is. Let me just bring it up. We do indeed have Bad Noodles in the class. The forbidden. You can throw all the desks you want. But there you are. There's our Bad Noodle. There's our lone Bad Noodle. Punished Bags for flipping desks and dumping papers and spitballs. Punished Bags is now truly punished. Ah, thank you, Rao. Thank you for the gold stars. Well, class, we had quite an exceptional adventure here in our first time playing Ace Attorney. We finally got our little Winamp player working. Indeed, Bags, we learned a lot about the law. We learned that it is for proving innocence and not guilt, that you can admit the testimony of what is essentially a dead victim, that the defense does not get to see the autopsy report until the morning of the trial. We learned a lot about the Japanese legal system today. I learned that I really, really hate Dick Gumshoe and the judge and Miles Edgeworth. And I really hate that red-white guy. And I really don't like Miss May. She's an awful person too. I suppose we will find out more about some of those characters, and maybe they'll get better. We'll have to see. Maya Sweep, that's exactly right, Ivy. We like Maya. Oh yes, so where were we? We were just about to wrap up. And I wanted to let you know that we do have potential collab in the works, myself and another teacher VTuber that I've reached out to, as I have a plan for some of our December streams. We'll be on a particular topic in health and wellness. Also, we have our hypnotherapy stream coming up this Saturday. You reached your community challenge channel point goal. You made it. What was it like? 50,000 channel points were redeemed, or gold stars as we call them here. So we will be doing our hypnotherapy stream on Saturday evening. I will be leading a simple hypnotic induction for reducing anxiety. On our next stream on Thursday, I believe we'll be returning to Elden Ring. We will be defeating Radagast, Radagon, whatever their name is, the Star Scourge one. We'll be defeating them, one way or the other. Janice will finally plunge her katana through his sick and diseased heart. Now, we do need class to decide on another action game that we'll play once we're done with Elden Ring. I do have another relaxing chill game to add to our list. At some point I will be playing the backyard baseball game that some of you may have played back in the day. It will fit in perfectly with our Windows 98, Windows 95 aesthetic that we have working with here today. As always, send me your suggestions for games that we should play, activities we can do, classic Windows programs, icons you want to see on our background. Oregon Trail. We did play one Oregon Trail. I don't think it was the original, but we did do one Oregon Trail session that was pretty good. We had someone die right at the end, and just as I was saying that we were all going to make it, someone died, and just as I was saying, oh no, we're not all going to make it, an incredibly jaunty song started playing in the background, so it sounded like I was saying, oh no, Anomalisa died. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. So yeah, that went pretty well. Maybe we could play the Oregon Trail. That one I've heard is pretty fun. Jedi Fallen Order is one that I've been suggested. Code Vein. I have never played a Red Dead game, so that's something that people have suggested. Baldur's Gate 3, of course, has also come up. I know that's very popular. The new Yakuza game, of course, we could play that as well. But the games that we play are really up to you. I have a big list of the games that I have currently in the Discord and in the Twitter. If you're not in the Discord, it's linked in the About section. It's linked there. Indeed, Carmel, I've heard so many good things, so many options, so many story elements to explore. That would be a good one. At some point, I could also play Tears of the Kingdom. I'm sure that would meet with the approval of many of the class. Also, if you have any ideas for other channel point redeems that we can do, maybe some nice ones besides bonking me on the head and throwing spitballs at me and flipping your desks and dropping your homework all over me. That would be nice. I will be looking to get some updated elements on my Anthro model. You can always use your channel points to have me switch between models. Reminder that I will be going to Midwest Fur Fest at the beginning of December, so maybe I will do a stream from there. Maybe I will do a report from there, take a bunch of videos, show you all of the great costumes and the events and the booths and everything. Let's see, was there anything else? Were we supposed to learn a lesson today, class? Did we learn a lesson today? I don't think we did. We didn't learn anything. Sometimes that's okay. But we did talk about the importance of sleep and stretching, and I primed you for that specifically because I'll be doing lessons on those things coming up in our December sessions. It'll be a series of lessons in between our gameplay about self-care. So we'll have a bit of a structure to our games. We'll have our introduction, we'll do our icebreaker, we'll have our daily jokes and fun facts. I'll prime you for the topic we'll be learning about that day. We'll play our game for that day for a while. We'll take a break. We'll visit with Moki and Ori, our class ferrets. We'll go through our lesson, just about maybe 10 minutes or so of talking about some element of health and wellness or some fun topic we can learn about. And then we'll wrap up with the rest of the gameplay for that evening and a little bit of a take-home message at the end. So I'll be saving our take-home message that I usually give at the end of these streams for then, because I am all tuckered out. We had a nice, long, excellent stream. So let's see, where should I send you to? Where should we take our little field trip to? I just looked, and there are apparently 4,000 people playing Desert Bus. If you remember the Penn and Teller game, you'd probably remember it if you do from AVGN. Apparently there are 4,000 people playing it right now. That's wild. That's very strange. At any rate, thank you all so much for coming. Yes, the lesson is that the laws are for suckers. I will send you on your little field trip. Yes, that's right, Father Petal. Hey, welcome. It's nice to see you. We were just about to sign off, but I'm glad to see you. Glad you get to see the new model. Yes, yes. There are some updates in the works. The artist is going to be giving me a few extras in thanks for my patience for the amount of time that it took. So that will be fun. Also, I'll be looking to get some updates to the Anthro model as well. And because we have so many royalty members, like Mousy Prince and Aurora the Princess, I do have someone that we can send you to. Yes, Bandit has definitely gotten into the good noodle territory, so I'm sure they are paying attention. Father Petal has not been placed onto our behavior board yet. Oh, the behavior board? You don't want to go on the behavior board? You don't want your clip moved down to red? You don't want to be put in the bad noodle territory? You don't want that? No? Okay, but you're on thin ice. I've been very generous with the ratings. It took Punished Bags quite a lot of disruptive behavior and flipping the desks, throwing spitballs. But they finally did it. I had to move them down to Bad Noodle. Thank you for the gold stars. I think we will definitely keep you in good noodle territory.
Yippee! Very good, very good. You are a good noodle, Father Petal. Hallelujah. Yes, Rao, you are also in Monkey Wrench territory, so you'll need to be on your best behavior if you want to be moved up. And I think that's all I have for you. Next time I will have a nice ending message for you, a little take-home message, maybe a little bit of homework. Oh, you like the music window? My classic Winamp? I can finally show people what I'm actually playing right now. For some reason it's stuck on repeat and I have to manually press it, but I think that's just because I haven't figured out the hotkeys yet. Let me pause and see if it will work now. Yeah, I love the classic Winamp. I love the classic 90s aesthetic and all of that. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. All right. Well, I've delayed this too much. Thank you all so much for being with me, for bearing with me, for enjoying Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, for visiting with Moki and Ori, the class pets. They love it. Next time we will visit with them again. I think I might give them the macaroni box next time. They'll probably love that. Next week is the week of Thanksgiving, is it not? So yes, after our hypnotherapy stream Saturday, the 18th, I will probably stream again Tuesday and... no, probably Monday and Wednesday. Because Thursday is Thanksgiving. And then I'll come back and stream again on Saturday. I'll give myself Thursday and Friday the Thanksgiving off. But yeah, lots of things to look forward to. A hypnotherapy stream this weekend. A collab sometime in December. Our self-care December month of theme will be ongoing as well. We'll be continuing Elden Ring. We'll be continuing Ace Attorney. We'll be starting one of these following new games. Things like Red Dead, Jedi, Baldur's Gate, Tears of the Kingdom. One of those things will be added to the list. And also one last thing. We want to do a board game online night. If you have not played board game online before, it is a lot of fun. It is a very interesting, fun little activity that everyone can play. We'll all be able to play together. I'll be able to stream while we're all playing it. A lot of people used to play this a few years ago. It was very popular among my circle. So if you haven't, it'll be fun. Join the Discord so we can help plan it out for all those who might be interested in joining. But you can just jump in during the stream as well. It's a very easy pick up and play game. Thank you so much for the subscription, Father Petal. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. Another A+ student, Father Petal. Added to our list of honor roll subscribers. Wonderful stuff. I did not think I would get to this point this quickly, to have some wonderful followers. A wonderful little classroom here, our little community. You are indeed on the honor roll now, Father Petal. It's an elite company. I will think of some new things to add to as honor roll benefits. So yes, I will finally be heading out. I know that I've been delaying this for a while. I will be heading out, leaving you to have a little field trip to another streamer. I do not know this person very well. I've seen them promote their streams before. They seem nice. They have princess in their name. We have several people who are princes or princesses among our subscribers, among our little community here, a little classroom.
Thank you for being good students and good noodles, most of you, besides Bags and Aurora and Rao. So, with that, be good, do good. Class dismissed.
I don't wish to be dominated by the giant bunny girl, at least not right now.